I move the approval of the minutes for the last meeting.
Second.
Good morning. Good morning. It is good to see you all this morning. We have a number of items to cover this morning, and so members of my team will be helping me walk through the pieces. We will start with the Chief Information Technology Architect, Alex Wong. He'll cover the quarterly report, as well as, at the request of the chair, a review of that dashboard that helps you all be able to see the various reports. And then he will round out his part of the presentation, introducing the project risk methodology that we developed this past spring and have been using through various agencies. After Alex, our CISO, Jeff Maxson, will share some updates that we now have on the Department of Homeland Security's Cybersecurity grant. That is the federal grant that is part of the federal infrastructure bill. And then he will also share with you some upcoming cybersecurity training opportunities. I will round us out this morning with talking a little bit about the Capitol Complex security upgrade project that we are working on. It was one of the requested projects by the chair to give a brief update to the committee. Just so that the committee is aware, there are also a number of other executive branch projects that were requested for presentation, and those are on your agenda this afternoon, and the various agencies and CIOs will join you then to give you those updates. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Alex to begin to walk you through the quarterly report.
Thank you. Welcome to committee, Alex.
Thank you, Secretary. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, member of the committees. Nice to see you all. A few things on my docket today, and I'm going to start right out with the quarterly report. So, first of all, this quarter covers projects within April through June of this year, and the next report will be published in November 2022. So, all the projects that you see today, the status that you see are to June 30th of this year. So, just want to mention that. And then I have two links underneath there. The reason is just so you know that you have the full report both online and also in copies with all the details of each one of those individual items. We are going to focus today more specifically on any changes, anything new from the last quarter to this quarter. So moving forward, there's some detail that we're going to go through for what we're going to walk through today. You will see that this is all the projects that we're currently tracking in this quarter. And let me just quickly walk through before the numbers what they mean, just very briefly. Active meaning all the projects that's currently ongoing, executing, right? So we're going to talk a little bit more about this in the next few slides. Approved meaning that high-level project plan has been approved. So you probably have seen some documentation on those projects already, went through JCIT. Planned mean that they went through the determination that it is a keto project. So that is a planned project plan at that time, but we won't have the high-level project plan. So they're working on that at the moment. And then at the end is complete projects. Those projects that is reported as complete. Usually at this point, we're waiting for the peers, the post-implementation evaluation report. And then when we receive those, they will be off this project monitoring from the keto process. So just quickly go through those. Today, as you can see, today we are going to start with talking the active project. That's 18 of those. And I'm just going to start breaking it down by the branches. Of those 18 active projects that you see, 15 of those are from the executive branch, 3 of those from the regions. And there are no active project currently with the legislative branch or the judicial branch. So with that said, let's talk about status. So out of those 18 projects that you see here are their status as of June 30th. 5 of those are currently in recast, 6 are in alert, 1 infrastructure project is in good condition, and then the rest of the active project are in good status. So again, I'm going to focus on the changes and the new ones that is coming in on this quarterly report. But if you are interested in any of the other projects and want to see those details, it is in the quarterly report. So let's start out with talking about some new active projects. There are 3 active projects in this Q2. First one is aging and disability services. They are implementing a portal to automate the monitoring and reporting process for the home and community-based final rule for compliance. Then Fort Hays State University is moving on the next phase of adding the financial aid module into their Workday ERP system, which they currently use. And then finally, KU Med Center, the research branch, is looking for a research administration tool. Specifically, they are going to use the Huron Research Suite, which is the product, to look at managing grant and also contracts with their research. So those are the new active projects. We're moving on, and we're going to talk about the new recast project in this quarter. And that's only one of those. That project is Department of Transportation Construction Management System. And they're recast because there's some changes in timeline and deliverables, but they are now in good status after their recast, and everything is in good condition as we speak in this quarter. And then we're going to move on to talk about alert projects, and we're going to talk a little bit more detail about each one of those, starting from the left upper corner. Before I go into each one of those projects, let's just review real quick the condition and the criteria that we use to define different level of alert, because you will see this alert status again later on when I talk about the dashboards. You will see those different categories. There are actually 3 different categories. That's active, there is caution, there's alert. Those are the 3 status that we currently have, and good, obviously, that's a good condition. For anything that is behind schedule, behind 10 to 20%, they will be considered as caution. Any schedule that's falling behind more than 20% will go into the alert status. Similar happens to the financial plan. If their deviation is between 10 to 20%, then it goes into a caution status. More than 20% goes into alert. And then at the end, we have deliverables and tasks as well. So we track both the project deliverable and project task. And if they are within 80 to 90% of completion, they are in caution. If they're less than 80%, they went into alert status. And those are the criteria set in the JCIT policies. So let's start with left upper corner, where the Department of Administration have a printing modernization project, and it's when going into alert status because they're waiting for shipment of one of the final piece of that printing equipment. Actually, that's a total of 7 pieces that they have ordered. 6 of them has arrived and are actually already in production. There's only 1 that is shipping from Europe, and there was some delayed in shipment and inspection as well. And so that actually is the reason why the project went into a little bit delay. Nothing critical happens there. It's just a shipping delay. We actually received some recent update that they actually have just certified that shipment in the East Coast, and is in the process of shipping into Kansas. So we are expecting those to be here soon, and still expect the completion of the project in around November timeframe. So after that, we're going to talk about a little bit on DCF child support service replatforming. The reason that they went into alert is there is some unanticipated changes in federal regulations. So they're working on that to making sure that they are comply with those requirements. There are some vendor onboarding issue as well. It's taking longer than expected, and those cause some deliverables and tasks to be in alert status. Currently, they are working with a vendor to actually adjust those time frame and the deliverables, and they are going to submit a recast plan in this quarter. So we should be seeing the adjusted time frame once the recast plan is submitted. Next one is the Highway Patrol CGS software upgrade. Again, delayed scheduled due to COVID testing and implementation period, and there's also issue with data migration with existing new database to the new database. The next step is similar. They are planning to recast the project to readjust the schedule and deliverables. Next one at the bottom, we start out with OITS ServiceNow ITBM implementation. This is actually the effort for the Keto office to digitalize and electronically start that Keto process that you're familiar with. So everything that we are doing in paper today, the high-level project plan, the planned project plan, the reporting, the approval, we are planning to use ServiceNow as our product to digitalize and electronic this whole process. And when we started this project, the focus at that point is only for the Keto process. However, as we start looking into this process project, we find out that it is actually quite beneficial for other agencies to be able to utilize the system as well. So they can also utilize the same workflow for their project management system as well. So because of that, we kind of expanded the scope a little bit to double check and make sure that what we are doing right now, it is compatible in long term for other agencies to use. And that delays a little bit on the schedule. We are working with the vendor to create that new schedule and deliverables, and it's also expecting it to keep moving forward. So good status on those. Next one is Kansas State University. They have a IT data center reallocation. It is an infrastructure project, and some of you might have remember a few years ago, K-State suffered a fire in the Hell Library, and so that project was triggered at that point to look at moving the data center from Hell Library to other different locations. And because of global chip shortages and logistics issues, the equipment will not arrive at the time that they were planned, and so the project got delayed. They have recasted it since, and that recast actually have approved after this reporting quarter. It was approved in July 2022, so you will see that in the recast in the next reporting quarter. But they did recast the project and have a new timeline based on the new delivery of the equipment for their data center. And lastly, the Department of Labor have the Pondera fall detection system. And there are some staffing issue going on with departments causing some schedule delay. There's also some data migration issue that they are continuing to work on. They are working on with the vendor on resolving some of those issues and have a new completion date of first quarter of 2023. So that sums up with all the active project that is in alert status. We are going to next look at all the new planned projects. As you can see, there's 12 planned project total at the moment that we are tracking, and there are 6 new ones. And we are going to just quickly take a look at what are those new ones that is planned now. Again, reminding you that the planned project, meaning that we were just getting the determination letter that they are determined to be a Keto project. And hence, these are the projects that they are still currently working on high-level project plan. We don't have a lot of details at this point, but we only know that there is an intention from these agencies to start working on these projects, and they guesstimate on how much that project is going to cost. More detail is going to come, and at the same time, I want to remind the committee that since July 1st, we have implemented the advise and consult process for JCIT, and hence this committee will have a chance to see those high-level project plan before approval as well. So some of this actually, because this is ended in June 30th, some of this you probably have already seen it in the last couple months that came through through that new process that we have created. So once you get through those, this project will become the approved project at that point. So then we're going to jump into newly approved project, and total approved project at this point is 29, and we have 5 that is currently newly approved in this quarter. And these are the 5 new ones that is newly approved. Again, this projects will now have high-level project plan. All the details are in the link that I was showing earlier, and I will also show you later on when I'm talking about the dashboard, how do you quickly find the information here. Some of these projects are also going to talk about, like I should mention on the earlier slide, that some of these projects are also projects that the committee is asking to look at later on this afternoon, so you have more information on those later. So that is all I have for the quarterly report. Is there any questions from the committee that I can help address?
Committee questions? See none, thank you.
All right,
We got one.
got one done, two more to go.
We got Senator Pittman has a
Oh.
question.
Let's-
Recently, we were talking with the Department of Labor and a separate committee about the Pondera fraud detection system. From your perspective, do you think that that's going to have any implication across any other agencies? Is there any way to use what we're doing with Pondera, if that's a success, to expand the footprint of that in any way? I'm not really sure if it's only in terms of unemployment focused or if there's other ways to use the Pondera project. If you don't know the answer, I was just wondering. I'm very interested in some of our security efforts going across, and we can talk to Mr. Maxon about it.
So I don't, when we are looking at this project, it should be separated from that modernization project that I think you are mentioning about.
Mhm.
So this project is separate from that effort and is concentrating specifically on this, implementing this application for analyzing those potential fraud detection.
And it's typically only on the financial side, right?
Yeah, I do. I think they're separate also from financial side.
Thanks.
Any further questions? See none.
All right. And let's talk a little bit about what the committee have requested me to go through a little bit, which is the project dashboard. And for that, I'm going to jump out from this presentation and I'm going to bring up what this dashboard actually looks like. So when you click on that link on the one above, you will see me there's two links here, right? The one above is the one that actually goes to that website that I'm going to show you. The one below is the quarterly report that we just went through. So you will just go to that document directly. Okay. So, but I'm going to focus on the first one on the top, which is the dashboard. So when you click on the link, you immediately can see that it goes into this dashboard, which is the actual product of this dashboard is monday.com. So it is a online dashboard application that we're utilizing to put our up-to-date information in there. So when I use this application, one of the tricky part is because we're trying to fit all this dashboard into this style sheet that you see on the website. So it kind of limited what we can do on that application. So for me, I usually just click on this link up here. You can see that there's a link right here. And when you click on that, it opens up actually into monday.com. That gives you a little bit more flexibility into how you switch the view and things like that. So when I get in here, I usually just go zoom out a little bit so you can see a little bit more on the different columns. I want to make sure that this is big enough for the committee. Do I need to make it a little bit bigger? Is that good? Can you all see it? Good. Pretty good. So you can see from here. So let me first go through a little bit on the different categories. So this is the exact same category that you see on quarterly report, right? So if you click on this three dot over here and collapse all the groups, you will see the exact same category that we just went through in the quarterly report. And that is by design, by intention. And don't worry, if you see this suddenly just pop back up like that, that is a feature in there that just automatically expand all this stuff back into it. So you are not the computer is not tricking you. This is by design. So because the first time I'm trying to do this, I'm like, wait, why are you doing this? But then I find out that this is by design, that it is expanding after a certain period of time. So once you look at this, and the other part of it that I'm going to walk through is the different columns that it has. So once you expand it, you will see that the first column over here is department. So this is all the departments related to that project. You won't see an active status because those status only available when they are in active section. So you won't see active status on planned or approved or completed. Then you will see a project cost right next to it. And then right next to it, you will see the page number and the doc. So let me explain a little bit more about what those are. The page number is if the project is already reported in the quarterly report, you will get a page number. And so when you click on the link here, so let's just use the first one. When you click on the link here, it opens up the PDF file. It just goes strictly to the quarterly report. And in this case, it actually opens up in the local machine because it downloads it and I just open it. So the page number that you see here is 74. So you can just easily change the number to page 74. And then you will get the information of that projects. Okay, easy enough there. And then the next one over here is the link. So what that link is, so let me just use this one as an example, is all the documentation that we have at that moment. So for all the planned project, as I have mentioned, at that point, all you get is the determination of the planned project. So all you will see at this point is the determination letter from the CETO that the project is approved for planned. So this is what the documentation looks like on this section. When you scroll down to the next one, so like this one is over in the approved section, this links will now goes into a high-level project plan because now we have received those information. And if you keep going a little bit more on the actual active section, this will be the detailed project plan. So the information contained in those links are based on the status of those projects and the same packages that you actually receive when you see the approval coming from the CETO as well. So now you might ask, why do I see something that has a missing link or vice versa? Now, easy answer to those, like the ones that you see at the bottom, is that this just happened in this current quarter. So you have not made it to the book yet. So there's no page number because it is not in the existing quarterly report. So what happened vice versa? Sometimes the department or the agency did not realize those projects becomes kilo projects. So they actually did not file at the beginning until they get through the high-level project plan or they get through procurement, and then they got rerouted back to the kilo office. And so sometimes you don't see the link for the documents, but usually those will be addressed on the next quarter as well. So we will receive those information later on. So the next item over here, when is the next update, the last update? Again, this dashboard is real time, meaning that when we actually receive those information and it is published, it will be on this dashboard. And that's one of the significant difference between the report that you get quarterly and this dashboard. The dashboard is supposed to provide you up-to-date information as of that point. So you don't have to look for email or find those information. It's all here in front of you. And then lastly, if you want to sort any of this, currently the dashboard is by default sorted by last update. But if you want to change the sort, you see this arrow up here. You can click on that, and then you will now sorted by alphabetical order of the report. You can also click on the project, and then now it's sorted by ascending order of the cost. Or if you want to look at the department and you want to sort them by department, you can do the same thing as well. So now they are all in the same order. I'm going to stop for a moment to see if there's any questions or if there's anything I can address, Senator Pittman.
Senator Pittman.
These are really detailed questions. So when you click on the, when you're hovering over the items and it says open item page, I don't know if since you're going through it at this detail, when I click on open item page, nothing really happens. Is that by design?
By design. So that item page, actually, if we utilize the dashboard the way it's intended, it actually will go into sub-items. So it's like there's a deliverable on the top, like a milestone, right? And then you can actually add the different task that needs to complete for that milestone to complete. So
It's not included right now.
yeah, because the way that we're reporting the projects, we are not including those in here. So we didn't use that function.
I think you probably mentioned that, but I missed it.
Oh, it's okay.
And then the when you expand the dashboard, just a minor detail here. When you click the Here button on the first page and it goes into the secondary page, which is expanded dashboard. It's branded right now as Monday.com on top.
Yep.
I think you might want to rebrand that to the Keto Project dashboard like the other ones are.
Yep. So yes, so this is the branded one that we have put into here. And sometimes it's just a little bit difficult to move around on here. Yes, we can look into that. Thank you, Senator. Any other question on the dashboard that I can?
Any further questions? A lot of details available. I'm sure we can contact Alex if we have more,
Absolutely.
if we get into this.
And I'm also more than, oh, sorry.
Representative Hoffman.
This is just for on the when I click on the page number, it just goes to the front page of the.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
And you just have to go to the.
Yeah, initially we set up some anchor to go to that page, but then our Adobe updates changed some of those functionality. So it really depends on the browser of whether the browser would take you to that page or not. So we decided to just not worry about those confusions. So you will just be on the first page. Correct.
Senator Pittman.
Thank you. Just for the timing of what we're seeing on this, we see that it's a current as of, and then we have last updated 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
If we wanted to go back and see a prior set of dashboards like this, is this the right environment to do that, or is this mainly a current only snapshot?
Yep, this is current only snapshot. So it will only be the projects that we have tracked currently. We archive those though. So if you do need historical information, we have those in SharePoint that we can still share if you ever need to find anything that is not on the dashboard.
Yeah, it would only be to look at where we were at and see where we're at now. Those kind of things.
Yep.
Thanks.
Any further questions? Looks like we're good.
All right. So again, I wanted to say that at any time, if you want me to be in your office to go through this for you or your staffer, please let me know. Just contact me directly. I'm more than happy to do so to help you quickly find those information and go through the navigation of this dashboard again. Okay. So with that said, I'm going to jump over to the last item of the day. Which is the IT business risk assessment. So a little bit backdrop on this. When we first look at this project, it is when we were working on the House Bill 2548 to look at changing the way that we look at the criteria of KDADS project. And as a lot of you might know, currently the criteria is any IT project that has a total project cost of $250,000 or more will be considered as a KDADS project. As technology continues to change, the model of how we consume technology continues to change. The dollar amount started to become less accurate on assessing the risk level, especially with nowadays more and more of us utilize SaaS application service as a software as a service, which people does not have any big one-time implementation cost up front. They can just pay a subscription cost and started to utilize those services. So sometimes those services does have a impact and a security or a risk impact to the state. But because they are underneath the threshold of 250,000, it did not get through this process for us to track them. Right? So we were looking at utilizing this specific framework to look at. So if we don't use a dollar amount threshold, what's the best way for us to assess the risk? Right. So that is the backdrop of how this project comes along. Why do we look at doing something similar to this? And at the end, I want to say that the end product is produced not solely for the purpose of KDADS. It is one of the reasons, but it's also mainly for agency to be able to look at real project risk associated with those IT projects. So a lot of them are business risk and not IT risk, as you can see later on. So let me just take this chance to walk through you what we have done. So quickly, today we're going to walk through mainly 6 items. We're going to talk a little bit about the consistent and the membership of the working group that develops this work framework. Some of the background and considerations that we have taken into place when we were working through this. What are the goals that we're trying to accomplish? And then we're going to jump detail into that process itself. And then at the end, some of the summary of what our findings are when we use this framework to assess and evaluate some of our existing projects. So let's start with the working group. So as you can tell, we are trying to develop a framework that can be used across all agencies. And it is difficult because one size fits all is always a high order tough task because every single agency's funding is different. The way that they look at risk and the services that they provide is different from each other. So we try to diverse this group as much as possible to have representation from law enforcement, from the regions, from administrative group, from different cabinet agency and non-cabinet agency. So as you can see from this working group, we try to gather as many voices as we can so that those input are being taken into consideration into building this framework. The group started to work on this back in August of last year. They have established the risk category and the attributes that you will see later on. And they also recommended the two-step process that we're going to walk through in detail in the latest slide. And then we use this working group and existing project from this agency to run some of the test cases so we can see what it looks like, what the results looks like when we use this new framework. And the framework was the first draft of this framework was finalized on March 31st. And since then, we have presented it in ITAB, the advisory board, and also ITAC, the executive council. So some of you, like Senator Pittman and Representative Curtis, have here and saw some of this before. So let's talk about what we are trying to accomplish. And I kind of go through this a little bit when I was talking about the background of how we get here. But mostly we wanted to change some of the perspective of how agencies look at risk for IT projects. That is the main draw, giving them a way that they can immediately adopt it into using risk-based approach to evaluate IT projects, using that framework to also strengthen and get the business stakeholder to engage early into IT projects. So, for example, if we evaluate the project and see that security risk or financial risk is one of the top risk category, then we know to engage those people early in the project and not until the implementation stage of it. We are trying to be consistent of the terminology that we use. We do not want to create new verbiage standards. We want to use what is existing, the best practice that we use for the current industry. And we also want to make sure that it is easy to use so that it is not a really complicated process that takes a long time to complete. After all those, at the end, the goal is hopefully to improve state level strategic planning, strengthen the security environment, and that's a big piece of the goal, because obviously if we can mitigate a lot of those risks from a security perspective, we are stronger. And then enhancing on communication, collaboration, and decision makings through using of this framework. So let's talk about some of the consideration that these groups have been spending a lot of time on. And I'm going to start with the right upper corner. The balance between objective and subjective. And this is the part that is also really hard, right? Is that by definition of any assessment, there are some subjectivity into how you see certain things because people have different perspective of certain items, right? So how do you come up with the questions or ask in the right way so that you have the balance between subjectivity and objectivity, right? Then the next thing is to balance those criteria so that it fits all sides of the organization. So again, I mentioned earlier that there could be IT projects in some of the non-cabinet agency that will never be over $100,000. To other cap agency, those might be a small, insignificant amount. But from a non-cabinet agency, it could be a huge sum for them. So balancing the difference between those so that, even though there could be a objective criteria, but we'll be able to also make sure that those are also accompanied by other criteria so that we can really see the true risk of those projects. It's not only because of a certain number that does not represent the actual risk from the agency or the group. Standardizing the terms, I mentioned this a little bit on the last slide as well, using the same word so that when we talk agency to agency, from agency to business stakeholders, we are using the same terms so everybody understand, have the same definition, and we all can speak with the same level of understanding. Minimize level of effort, easy to use. It has to be easy to use. It cannot be like a long, complicated process. And then the last two, we gotta be able to provide support for any changes, right? This is 101 of change management. You gotta be able to communicate, teach the people what this is going to look like, support them when they have questions, and provide guidance. And finally, nothing is perfect the first time that you try it. You have to continue to improve because you will receive feedback as you continue to work on this framework. And take those inputs, take those criticisms, and make it better so that it can be adjusted and improved as we continue to use it. So with those sets, now let's talk a little bit about I think I'm jumping slides here. So let's talk a little bit about the actual process. I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this, so feel free to interrupt me at any point while I'm talking about this process, because this is basically the core of this whole framework. There are two steps of this framework. The first step that we do is a risk screening. The intention of it is to filter out very quickly the low-risk projects. And we use like really easy criteria, objective criteria to screen those things. Right? This can be done within 5 minutes. You will be immediately able to tell whether it is a low risk project or it is something that requires more evaluation. Right? So that takes us to the second step, which is the business risk evaluation. That is where all the questions comes in. That's about 20 to 25 questions that comes in this step, which dive deeper into specific issues, specific categories that we are trying to assess those risks. And you will see that later on one of my addendum on how we utilize one of the existing IT projects to went through this evaluation. And then at the end, you receive a risk level. And based on that risk level, you know whether this is something, which area are the ones that is presenting more risk to your IT project. And you can start planning on mitigation of those risks and bringing the right people to have those discussions. So I'm going to start out with talking the root screening piece first. So immediately you can see that the screening criteria have 4 easy screening criteria. Appendix A will give you a little bit more definition of the terms. I'm not going to go in there and go through them one by one, but I'm just going to briefly go through the criteria that we use and how they are being utilized. First thing is it asks you whether this solution is a new solution, modified solution, renewal, or decommissioned. If it is a new solution, obviously we have not done anything similar to this before. It immediately goes into evaluation. You don't have to go through any of these other steps. You would just go directly into the detailed evaluation right away. If it's a modification, you're changing something that you currently use, right? So then it goes into the next few criteria. Is the total project cost over $1 million? If so, it goes into the evaluation. If not, it asks the next question. Is your ongoing cost over 25% of what you used to be? If it is, it goes into the evaluation. If it is not, it does not. And then at the end, does it involve any restricted use data with the information, with the system or the application that you are proposing? If there is, it goes into evaluation as well. So you can see that really quickly, we are trying to put criteria in place that's easy to understand, easy to use, and people can follow it very quickly. And once we decided those are low-risk projects, then the agency move on their projects for the project that is identified as evaluation, you will see that it now goes into the second step, and you will follow 5 different categories of risk assessment. Each one of this category have these attributes, and after I go through this on a high level, you will see me going through the actual use case of this one by one. But the high level category goes into strategic risk, operational risk, security and compliance risk, financial risk, and reputational risk. And then it breaks down into those individual items. And each one of them has a score that goes along with it. So I'm going to jump real quick into the Appendix B, where you will start to see the different questions and how it is being answered. The use case here is a OITS Layer 2 network refresh. So this is a $9 million total cost projects that we're refreshing our aged and outdated network equipment. So as you can see, the first question is, to the extent of which the goal of this project is specific, measurable, and achievable. If it is, all of those are highly specific, highly measurable, highly achievable, then your risk is low. So you score of 1. If they are not, then they will go into the high risk perspective with a score of 3. And then you can see on each one of those category, there is a category total at the right lower corner in each category. And then the average of those scores. For strategic, because there's only one question, so that's why you can see the answer is 1. But then if you look at the operational details, so you can see that there's 4 questions related to operational, right? The impact to the core business mission, how big of an impact is it? The impact, the complexity of the business process that this project is associated with. What are the continued dependency? Is there any dependencies that this project is relying on? And then at the end, personnel. What kind of personnel resources have you allocated or not allocated? Right. So those now becomes also calculated in a quantitative manner. And you can see that in this specific project, the impact to the core business is significant, and hence it's score a 3. Business process complexity is low, that's why you score 1. Dependency is low, it's also another 1. And then personnel in this case, sometimes, and the reason why I leave it blank and also highlighted is because at the stage of that project, they might not know what are the resources from a personnel perspective that they needed. So they can leave it blank and make it optional. If they know what it is, they'll put it in. But if not, they will just leave it out. And in this case, you can see the category total is 5 with an operational risk of 1.7. And I will go through the range of those calculations later on, where they sit between low, medium, and high at the end of this business case presentation. So then the next category is financial. This is what we are more familiar with using today's standard of total project cost. But you can also see that we are also considering duration of the project, right? The more that the duration is longer, the higher risk the project is going to be, because there's a known factor that you cannot foresee at the beginning. So we consider duration, we consider the funding stability, we consider the total project cost, and then at the end we consider the ongoing cost fluctuation. And in this case, the categories are scored at 8 and with a total ratio, with a financial risk score of 2.0 ratio. All right, so then the next category is security compliance. One of the very significant category that we spend a lot of time on. I mean, everybody knows, and we also hear from the Security Council last time when we have the joint meeting, how important security risk are to the state. And hence we really developed criteria that is very focused on this area. So Let me just start off from the top. The tops are the compliance, right? If there's any statutory or policy requirements that you have to apply to or align with. Then it's the legal and contractual requirements. Then it goes down to security. The first one is the data risk associated with this project. What are the information that you are storing? What are the information that this system is going to touch or transfer, right? So those are, so in this case, as you can see, this is a core network project. That means it has association with all type of data. Everything is going to transmit through this network. And so they score a very high risk number of 3. And it's the criticality of the data or the system involved in the business mission. And at the end is the system security risk. What is the potential of that system being exposed to the outside world? How vulnerable they are. And those are both scoring at a 2. And then at the end, you got a compliance risk score of 1.8. And lastly, are the reputational risk category. If this system goes down, what's the visibility of this project? Is it going to highly visible if this project fails? Yes, it is. When the network goes down, you know what happened, like everything goes down, right? You cannot get to your email, you cannot get to your documents and applications. So this is highly risky. The breadth and the customer impact, the impact to the customer, the people that is utilizing the system is also high, which is 3. And then to the extent which the constitutes support of this initiative, do you have any backing? The Constitution accepts to this. In this case, we have high level of support, and hence the score level of 1. So at the end, you can see the risk score is 2.3. So now we're going to talk about the total project risk in general. So you will see the box on the left lower corner where it scores a overall business risk of 1.875. What does that mean? Anything between 1.0 to 2.0 are considered as low risk project. Anything between 2.01 to 2.50 we'll consider as moderate. And anything that is above 2.51 are considered as high risk. Right? So this now gives us a really, what we talked about earlier, using standardized item, right? We can now use this type of languages, values to talk to each other and talk about like, hey, security office, we have a project that is having a security risk category of 3. Can we get your assistance? Because we are already aware that this will be highly risky in that area, right? So now you see how this start to form those conversations that is needed, right? So IT can now use this framework and talk to the business stakeholders and engage them early in the conversation. If there's a financial risk, get the financial people involved, right? If there is a reputational risk, get your public relations people involved, communication people involved. So you should start to communicate much earlier than when the project goes into implementation. So you have those mitigation plans that can be addressed and planned ahead of time. So that is the core of this evaluation, to give that different items that people can look at from a business perspective. As you can see from here, none of this are IT items. We don't ask like how many CPUs do you have? How many storage do you have? We ask questions that is business focused because those are business risks that we are involving here. So let me jump back to the goals of the things, the results that we find. So after you see both of those processes, Senator?
Senator Pittman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Alex, for going through this in the detail you are. I think I've expressed my support for the risk basis as well as the monetary when we're talking about at least our oversight from the legislative standpoint. And so I've supported that over the last 1.5 years, 2 years while we've been working on towards it. I do have concerns on a couple of different fronts, and it's really weighting these things and a little bit about the self-evaluation. So One, if we're doing a self-evaluation inside of, say, Department of Labor versus maybe Department of Wildlife, and I might have a vastly different idea about what my risk really is when I look at it from an overarching department administration point of view, right? I might think it's very low impact, and somebody else might think it's very high impact, whether it's reputational or whatever, or strategic. So I would anticipate kind of a secondary level and relook at this thing, not just from a self-evaluation, right? That would be my expectation, right?
Correct. So you will go through similar process that we have here with the keto process, right? I'm expecting this to be part of that process. So that will be a second set of eyes to look at those information as well.
And the other thing I was just going to mention is when we have kind of these groupings like reputational, financial, and I like that we break it down because when you look at the reputational of 2.3, which is medium to high risk, versus the overall business risk, which is 1.875, which we put in the low category. It's essential, I think, to really pull out the fact that I like the way you talked about it, have a common lingo of understanding that's a security risk, it's a reputational risk. It does, though, water down the overall project risk when you look at maybe strategic as always being a 1 because nobody will say that it's a huge strategic risk and a couple other things. And if we have 5 different questions inside the strategic risk category, it's going to water down the overall risk perception of the project. And so there's a potential to game the system in that sense to get it below a certain category, even though that's not the intent, right? So I just want to make sure we're aware of that as we go forward and refine these things.
Yep, definitely noted. And we kind of mentioned at the beginning about the consideration of objectivity versus subjectivity. That's where it comes in as well, right? Like we do have to look at how people see things from a different angle. But then at the end, I totally understand where you're coming from. And it will continue to be improved as we continue to see real projects coming in, utilizing and adopting this kind of a framework. Thank you.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, my question was, or comment, I guess, whichever, was kind of the same, on the same level as Senator Pittman, in that, and maybe it is okay, but it just seemed like to me with the when you have your financials at a 2 and your security is a 1.8 and 1.7, and then you got the reputational at 2.3, the 1.87 might be a little low. I mean, it throws it into low, and maybe that's okay. I'm just was kind of wanting your opinion on if you think that if that is okay, or do we need to, I know this is a work in progress and maybe it's fine, but it seemed like to me it should have been maybe in the moderate category. Yeah. I don't know, just maybe just more thinking on it, because I think it the groups maybe, I don't know. It seemed like to me it came out as a total score of a little less than maybe it should have.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If this is appropriate time for questions, I do have a couple, but I would also add to Representative Hoffman's comments that possibly a weighted matrix would make more sense than just a single value for each. And I do suggest that we have a second set of eyes looking at it, not just the author of the matrix by any means. If I may, Mr. Chairman, a question?
Yeah.
Thank you. I would ask a couple of questions on this system. The unemployment system was mentioned by Senator Pittman. I was going to ask about that. I do not see that on the Monday list, the UI. Is it under a different name besides unemployment or KDOL?
There are 2 projects. One is the modernization project. That will be under the planned section. I can double check on that. And then the other one is the Pondera project. So that will be a separate. So there were 2 projects in.
Yeah, the names aren't on there such so that they're easy to find. I would like that information, and also the weightings that were distributed. Was that system also used for this criteria?
They have not.
That is not a good situation, and I would also recommend that.
Interject. So I just want to make sure, because Senator Tyson, and I apologize, this is something that is brand new, and something that we're working towards. And so I just want to make sure that we separate kind of our ongoing and our required process for something that we're trying to introduce to try to help the current process. And so these are two completely separate things. So I just want to make sure that that's clear.
So it was inaccurate that the unemployment system has not gone through this criteria check.
It has, no, the unemployment system has not gone through this. This is something that we were working on in preparation for the Senate, the bill that was moving through. That bill did not pass, but because the working group was still doing this work, we wanted to complete the work because we think it is a valuable tool that we can use in the future. We are currently in the process of refining this tool. So we are actually running current projects kind of as samples to refine. And so exactly what you all are talking about around, kind of the numbering and what it looks like, we are continuing to work this. This is not required. This is something that we are trying to refine so that it can be a more effective tool. And if we are in the future able to change the IT reporting requirements, it would be something that could be utilized. There are none of the current projects that are in our keto process have had to go through this because this is still something that is in progress. Does that make sense? I just wanted to make sure that we didn't confuse anyone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand, but you have selected certain projects, and I just want to make it clear that you have not selected the unemployment project to be one of the test cases for this system. Is that correct?
So we are pulling active projects that we ran through.
The unemployment would be an active project, planned project. So she's saying something that's
Use
contradictory
complete.
with what's in the
Use case they don't know.
You might look on page
Those are
37.
complete the project. It's all complete.
On page 37, the runs that we ran through are all completed projects. On page 37.
This is KDOL modernization on page 37.
So these are not completed.
We were using different.
Let us get the exact, so let me repeat. One, this process, what we are sharing with you at this point is something that is in development. Part of development, as you all are seeing, is that you have to have a give and take to make sure you're calibrating correctly. So we have grabbed various projects at different stages to say, if they went through the current keto process, this is where they sit. If they use this in parallel, would it look different? So what you see on page 37 is that team, this working group, doing a real live comparison. Okay. I say that to say this is not a refined tool. It is something that is in progress, and it's not a required tool. So I ask this committee's grace and patience as we continue with your support to refine this tool to actually make it as effective as we can for our overall process. Does that help, Senator?
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Secretary. However, your information was conflicting.
It was, and I will clarify that, and I apologize for that.
So that's what I'm asking for is the accuracy.
We will provide that
I
in detail.
understand that it's in a test case and I understand what's going on, but I also understand the politics of the unemployment system. And right here on this page, it says it has gone through this process. So I would like to see the ratings that were given to the unemployment system through that process as a test case, as a sample. And the reason I'm asking for that is because we talked about risk individuals and stakeholders being involved in the process. And I sit on the unemployment council, as do other members on this committee, and their recommendations were completely disregarded. And so I wanted to see who were the stakeholders that had input into that system.
So understand that what we provide from our process will not address what you just asked about, as we simply used our tool, but we will make sure that we get you quickly the information you have asked for.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and also the ratings that were with the unemployment system. I understand it's a test case, but it's an excellent test case as to show how not to do business with the state of Kansas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on page 37, looking at this as far as what would come before this committee, with the lows and with the no, also would those not come before us, or would any of the lows come before us?
So that have not been decided yet, right?
Okay. But what I guess it would be according to how the bill was written last year.
That's correct.
So according to how the bill was written last year, how would it?
So according to the bill that's written last year, anything low will not be going through the keto process. Anything that's moderate or higher will be going through the keto process.
Okay. All right. That's fine. That's what I was wanting to
I might make a
to
comment.
see. Okay.
I might make a comment before we go to Senator Pittman. On page 38, there are some lows in KDOT, which we're over, and that's the ones that we really don't have the risk on. And that's showing the tool is actually working.
That is why this slide is there, is because we want to show some of those that is over 250, but they are not considered as high risk, right? Or vice versa. So you can see that from this slide that some of those that will not be over 250, like the first two projects with HSE bid, they will go through the keto process if we adopt this risk-based framework. And again, like where the range is gonna be, like what is the number looks like, we need more sample. We need to understand and run through more projects to understand whether we say 2.01 to 2.5 is moderate, is that accurate? As we have more information, it will make us better and more accurate.
Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and like I said, I really like this idea of risk because it does give a relative idea. I'll direct the committee in that keto project dashboard. Remember that there are 3 sections now that I've gone through it: planned, approved, and active, as well as completed. That's 4. And if you go to the active section and sort by department, you can actually see the 2 Department of Labor projects there. There's the Pondera fraud detection, the KDAL IT modernization. And if you go to the link, you can see it links right to the quarterly report. And you can go down to page 26 of that report and see their risk model that was filled out in June of 2022. And you can see they of the current risk profile that's been evaluated, not using this particular tool. And you can see where they came up with the low, medium in terms of strategic, financial, project management, technology, and change management, signed by Peter Brady and Sandy Johnson here. And it goes through a detailed list of where they saw risks inside of the modernization. So there's some pretty good transparency on what the current risks are, but not necessarily how they would have been evaluated using this particular tool. So, I mean, there's a good there's something to look at in terms of how that risk was assessed. I don't know if it comes out with the same number that this one is, but that's obviously what you're trying to do is understand where they evaluate the risk, where the committee might have come up with more risks than were being presented when looking at the old risk profile. And maybe I would encourage us to incorporate these things from that committee and others that are going to be put in place to look at that risk. So thank you.
Thank you for clarifying the information. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. You may proceed.
All right. So going back to the last slide of this presentation, we went through, like we actually jumped a little bit ahead because we were looking at those appendix already, right? We have actually went through 23 of those projects through that working group, and then look at what that result looks like. And through that, we are able to see the result that you have just witnessed. And so I'm not going to go too detailed on those because we have just had that discussion. I want to just focus a little bit on the duration though. All of those durations are between 10 to 15 minutes. Now that is providing the fact that you have those information, right? Meaning that you know ahead what those questions are going to look like and what are the answers that you're going to provide. So once you have those information, the process is simple and it doesn't take a lot of time to finish. So again, going back to the point of engaging the business stakeholders early in the process, and this is what the framework is built to accomplish. So that's all I have for the framework. Is there any other question I can help address?
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So going to page 38, it looks like to me that there'd be 7 projects that we're actually looking at now that we wouldn't be looking at, but 2 projects that we're not looking at now that we would be looking at. So, which is possibly perfect, as far as how that should work. I just want to, since that low and moderate is probably going to be the breaking point of whether we are looking at it or not. I just want to make sure that we really are looking at that, and that's breaking at the rise. So if you could take into consideration some of our comments on the on how it's evaluated at the end, especially. So thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Looks like we're going in the right direction.
Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, committee. Hey, I just wanted to chime in too on my concerns with the draft where status is of the risk ranking mechanism as it currently sits. Given the fact that there's an averaging process across different categories of risk, the natural tendency is going to be to an overall drive down the overall risk assessment of the project. I think the committee might want to consider the department as well. Maybe instead, maybe you evaluate each of the areas individually, and you just roll with the highest risk of any of the categories. Otherwise, I do see a very strong tendency that people will want to drive down risk areas on the less risk areas of the thing to come up with an overall project risk assessment that may not truly reflect the the risk nature of the project. So just my 2 cents. Thank you.
No.
Thank you, Senator. Further questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Alex.
All right. Thank you. All right. I think Jeff Maxson.
Jeff, welcome to the committee.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jeff Maxson. I'm the Chief Information Security Officer for Executive Branch, and I'm going to go over a few updates from my office, including some updated information on the Department of Homeland Security's state and local cybersecurity grant program. So on September 16th, we did receive the notice of funding opportunity from DHS. So we've had a little bit over a week to actually dive into it and look at the details of that. So with that, we did get identification of the allocation for the state of Kansas. And for fiscal year 22, the state of Kansas is being allocated $2.8 million through this grant opportunity. And so I'll remind you that this is a sliding scale for the next 4 years. I believe next year the federal allotment is double what they're doing this year nationally, and then it scales back down. So we don't know what the subsequent future years will look like, but for this year, it's 2.8 million. The breakdown of that is coming out is 20% can come to the state, and then 80% needs to go to the locals. But of that total amount, also 25 needs to be designated for rural areas. And I believe the definition of rural areas is any area with population less than 50,000. So that is the breakdown of how that is supposed to be. With this grant, there is also a cost sharing or cost match. And what that is for this first fiscal year is 10%, and each cost share is going to be on a per project basis. And some unique aspects of this cost share is that it is going to be of that identified cost of the project. If there are any overruns, the federal government will not pick up any of that additional piece. And so the state or whoever will be responsible for those overruns. And if the project comes in less, the portion still stays the same. So if it's less, the federal government will pick up that less percentage, and then the state will as well. But that original amount does not change of that 10%. So as I mentioned earlier, some of the unique aspects of this grant program is that the state does have to develop a comprehensive state cybersecurity plan that encompasses all jurisdictions. So the state will submit one cybersecurity plan that encompasses everything within the state. And with that, we have to develop a cybersecurity planning committee that will help build that plan and submit that to the federal government. So one of the things that DHS is really encouraging is for this first fiscal year with the funds is to use that to help build that cybersecurity plan. And there's also a requirement that we must do a basically a gap assessment of cybersecurity capabilities across the state with those funds as well. And with that, the state of Kansas has roughly over 1,000 eligible entities that are eligible for this grant source. So that is why they're asking us to do the assessment across the state to identify those gaps and then help prioritize. So with the future subsequent funding opportunities, when organizations submit a request for funding, they have to identify specific gaps that funding will address within whatever locality or whatever entity is requesting funds from that grant. So the year one objectives they're really looking at is establishing that planning committee, developing that cybersecurity plan, and conducting that assessment to identify the gaps across the state. And so DHS is really focused with this year, and the overall process is really focusing on a holistic approach to cybersecurity. So going back to a lot of the work we did through the cybersecurity task force and really developing that whole state approach to cybersecurity, and looking at investments that are sustainable over time. So they don't want this to become a recurring, basically, cost for an organization to supplant operational costs. They want this to help drive sustainable changes. And also, again, really focusing on the planning committee, looking at things holistically and trying to build that community around cyber. So again, DHS is really focusing. They're really looking towards states to be leaders in this area. States can provide pass-through services to localities as part of this. And so those should be looked at as part of the planning process as well. And again, with this, the DHS has put several requirements on. Any entity that is looking to receive funds is going to have to subscribe to DHS vulnerability scanning. So DHS will actively scan their environments from the public side looking for vulnerabilities and provide that information back. And then organizations must also complete what is called the Nationwide Cybersecurity Review, which is a self-assessment against the NIST, or the National Institute Standards of Technology's cybersecurity framework. So that is a comprehensive self-assessment that they would need to do every year to receive funds. This is something that quite a few are already doing now, but this would expand the scope to get a bigger picture. And so that is why they're hoping to encourage folks to do that by making a requirement for receiving grant funds. You know, I'll add there's still a lot to pull through from that NOFO. The NOFO, again, we've just had a week to work through it, so we're pulling through. Our identified cybersecurity planning committee will be meeting this week to discuss our approach and how we want to start doing the outreach and start that first year. We do have to request funds by November 15th for this first fiscal year. So very quickly, however, we do not have to have the plan submitted by then. We identify that we'll be using first fiscal year funding for developing that plan for the state. So questions on the cyber or the grant?
Senator Pitt.
Thank you. It's fantastic news to know that the federal government's investing $2.8 million in the cybersecurity of the state of Kansas. That's good. Love that. The NIST format, that's a pretty comprehensive thing to go through a self-assessment, vulnerability scanning that incorporates somebody coming in, I suppose, and doing some penetration testing, evaluation, all this type of stuff, right?
Yes, sir. The vulnerability scanning is passive scanning that they do, looking for your public exposures, and they'll provide that reporting back to the organization that they're scanning. So that's something we as a state are actively engaged with DHS for this entire state network.
$2.8 million is the federal money available that needs to be matched 10% by the other entity, correct?
Correct, sir.
And then, so that's not that much money when you think of, it's great. It's a lot of money.
Yes.
But then it's also not enough money to do a comprehensive cybersecurity plan for a lot of entities, correct?
Yes, sir. That's going to be a challenge, but I think with a lot of the work we're already undertaking with other engagements and other efforts like the task force, some of the funding that the Adjutant General has allocated for the Homeland Security Grant Program, pulling a lot of those together will get us there.
And you said that they're going to have to do this year after year in terms of reapplication. Does that mean it's a 2.8 ongoing for an entity, or is it just a one-time kind of thing?
They've got a 4-year allocation, and each year that the federal is putting into that program is different every year. So we do not know what the subsequent amounts will be that the state of Kansas will receive. I know next year the federal portion is $400 million. This year was $200 million. So next year is $400 million, and then they start scaling down to $300 million and down to $100 million for the final fiscal year.
Last question, Mr. Chair, is how are you going to prioritize or at least do an outreach to the entities that might, I mean, the proportions of rural and local, what it is, how do you plan on approaching these entities by November 15th and getting them all set up?
So for this, we just, as the state has to acknowledge on this for November 15th that we're wanting to accept the funds. And so we don't necessarily need their engagement for the state saying we want the funds. So, but as we build the plan, that will be part of the process, is the outreach, getting people engaged. And we have several, as I'll cover, several activities here coming up where we're going to start communicating this.
So the 2.8 million is just the first year, or is
Sir, just first year.
so I hope we don't spend 2.8 million just to do the plan. That's not the plan, is it?
It would require to do an assessment of gaps and capabilities across the state to go and populate part of that plan. So essentially, there's a large assessment of the state that comes out of that effort.
Okay.
And I will add, there is allowability in the NOFO for if there is an immediate threat that needs to be addressed. Some of the funding can be used to address that immediate threat, but you have to clearly identify what that immediate threat is you're trying to stop.
So the other entities, are they anticipated they will be other local units of government, or are you talking other businesses?
So the way they define it, it's local government, but they have a long list of who is eligible. Cities, counties, school districts, special districts, local public authorities, councils of governments, regional or interstate government entities, rural communities, and other public entities is in their definition in the NOFO.
So I would encourage you to look at the community colleges for one thing, because I think that they've not received near the money that the school districts have, the larger universities have. And so I really encourage you to look at but I would also encourage to make sure that every one of them knows that, kind of the risk that they're taking too, a little bit, and that they're opening up their network to the federal government. So, some people might think that's okay, but others might not. So just something to be I hope that we make that very clear to them before they say that they're going to take this money.
Yes, sir.
Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this information. I know this was pretty consistent with what we heard from a lot of the local gov people at the big transportation summit. And it seems to me like it's a good opportunity. Like if we have that assessment, then it also elevates for a lot of local government where we learn that there's just a lack of capacity. It kind of gives them information, even though it does open them up. They have to participate, and it does show some vulnerabilities, but at least then you know what those are, and then there's a greater chance of addressing them. There's no way we're going to have enough money to address all of the needs, but at least then we do know what those vulnerabilities are. One question too, because I know there are like a lot of private enterprises that also connect with our state and local systems. Are they included, not necessarily in receiving dollars to address it, but in the assessment?
Yeah, it depends on how we go about that, in terms of most likely that would have to go out through a procurement process like standard, and getting vendors to bid on it, et cetera. And they may sub out things like that, depending on, Kansas is a big state and a lot of counties and eligible entities. So how that works out to be determined. But from that perspective, they would definitely be engaged, ma'am.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Jeff.
All right. So lastly, I want to give a brief update on several events we're doing in October. October is Cybersecurity Awareness Month. And so we are, doubling down in that space and promoting it and working on multiple events and opportunities. So the first thing as I want to bring up is on October 6th, we are holding the governor's 4th Cybersecurity Summit for state executives. And this year is going to be a bit different than the past where we've done presentations, had speakers come in. We're actually going to do a tabletop exercise with the executives and kind of start working with them on, what are the things they would have to address as well. So this is something we haven't done before. So we're kind of excited for it and working through that. So we're doing that October 6th. On October 13th, we're having Texas A&M's Engineering Extension School come in to do a cybersecurity course for senior executives. And this course here is going to be open to cities, counties, education institutions, both school districts and higher ed, as well as state. And I believe we're at capacity on that. I'll have to double check, but we've had a lot of great turnout for registering for that event. So we'll likely want to do more of those in the future as well, based on the turnout and feedback. And on October 25th, we are holding a statewide cyber summit down in Wichita. This will be a day event where we'll have speakers. This is going to be open up to, again, many of these recipients for this grant. We're really focused on that public sector area and building a community around cyber here in the state of Kansas. So this was a recommendation out of the task force, was to begin holding these things. So this will be our first major summit. So registration for that has officially opened. So we're excited to see that take place. So that is October 25th in Wichita. So with that, any other questions?
Any further questions for Jeff? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, committee, thank you so much for your patience as my team has presented a lot of information this morning. I am here to round us out. One of the projects that was requested an update on, as I mentioned earlier, many of the other executive branch projects that was requested for update, you all will see those CIOs in the afternoon. Because I was on the schedule this morning and unfortunately unavailable to join you this afternoon, we just pulled this one up out of that group so that I could share briefly on this project. The Capitol Complex Security Enhancement. This is a joint project with Department of Administration, OITS, and KHP. And this really is just as we continue to modernize our systems, to bring them to their kind of best effectiveness and efficiency. We're at a stage in which we need to upgrade our surveillance systems as well as our access control systems. So like the card key systems. And so we actually launched an RFP. This is a keto reportable project. That's why you're hearing about it. That's why the request was brought to bring it forward. It is in the RFP stage. So we are in an open RFP. We do have 5 responses, and interviews are actually, I believe, starting this week. And we anticipate awarding in the next few weeks. And soon after starting the project with an anticipated completion of next summer. And again, this is to upgrade the video cameras, the monitoring system that KHP uses to monitor the entire Capitol complex, as well as the access control system. So that's doors, unlocking and locking doors, as well as the card key access system. So.
Senator Hoffman.
Thank you for that demotion.
Representative
Thank you. That's all right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just something to think about. I think it would be really great if you were able to either incorporate it into our K tag, or we have another sort of tag that we could put on our windshield, and when we hit the gate downstairs, it would open without us having to use our key card. Just something to think about, if that's something that is able to be incorporated into there.
We'll take it in consideration. With the newer system, there's we kind of joke and laugh, but with newer updated systems, there's all kind of things like, tag recognition and things of that nature between the cameras and the access controls. So we will make sure that we take that as part of it.
Well, except for, it could be more convenient, but it also, if you're really looking at it as a security issue, it's pretty easy to tag team the gate, which is fine. I do it all the time. It saves me from having to get my wallet out. But if you had a system that did read, even if you tag teamed, it would also read the
Correct.
who's coming in. So
That tailgating is something we see not only into garages, because I park in the Curtis garage, same thing, where you'll see a car come in right behind you, but it's also what you see on doors, right? So people it's called tailgating, where like, someone will open the door and then 3 people will walk in, and we're very courteous to each other. We smile and we nod, and we don't always say, "Where's your badge?" And so, yes, those are things that'll be part of as we think about how the systems work and how we do overall access controls. The nice part of the RFP bringing the surveillance and the card access, it's written also in a kind of very holistic way to help us strengthen our overall control. So these are things that we're thinking about. So we do appreciate that we're kind of on the same page there.
Any further questions? See none. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Hope you all have a good day.
Next up, we have Alan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'll give a short update on the KDADS modernization project, and then I'll ask Eric Teal to come up to give a report on the application services area, and then Terry Clark to report in the technical services area.
Sounds like a great plan.
All right, thank you. So the Kansas Legislative Information Systems and Services Modernization Project. If you recall, last year we put out an RFP, and we did vendor demonstrations that was completed in December of last year. And then the Procurement Negotiation Committee presented the recommendations to the LCC February 18th this year. And the LCC approved the recommendation to contract for conversion with Propylon Incorporated. That was done, the LCC approved that on February 23rd of this year. And my fourth bullet there, the Procurement Negotiation Committee is continuing to negotiate the terms with Propylon. And the news here is that we presented to the LCC on last Friday, that we were ready and have a contract negotiated with Propylon, and the LCC approved for the chair of the LCC to review and execute that project. So we'll be moving forward with the project, which the Propylon and legislative staff in the reviser's office, the research department, the chambers, the House and Senate, and our staff in information services will be working to complete the design, the analysis and design, and then build out the converted system over the next roughly 2.5 years. And just as a reminder, the Procurement Negotiation Committee, which is now going to turn into the Project Steering Committee, is Gordon Self from the reviser's office, J.G. Scott of the research department, Susan Kanar, Chief Clerk of the House, Corey Carnahan, Secretary of the Senate, Tom Day, Director of LAS, and myself. So that will be the controlling steering committee of the project, and Eric Teal, which is coming up next. He is our project manager on this project. So I could stand for questions now, or we could do questions at the end, Mr. Chairman.
Committee, any questions now?
We'll have Eric come up and give his update.
Good morning, committee. I'm Eric Teal with the Application Services Department. On I'll touch a little bit on what Alan had said there about the KLIS modernization project there. But first, as you know, this is a biennium rollover year. We have had to set up an entire new system, KLIS system of our existing system. We've completed that. And we are completing our testing, and everything is pretty much ready to go for the 2023 legislative session in that regard. As part of this, we also worked with the Legislative Research Department, both chambers and the reviser, to come up with work on some application updates that they required before the start of session. This was based on issues and other bugs that came up during session. And as Alan talked about the KLIS modernization project, me and my staff have been working a considerable amount of time with Propylon, as well as the Legislative Research, Legislative Administrative Services, both chambers and KLRD to Revisor's Office to work out the detailed designs of the system. We've been working primarily on website design and then also on Revisor statutes, bill drafting, and the corresponding parts for the chambers. So that's my update, and I would happily stand for any questions.
Any questions for?
A little tongue tied there, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the committee, Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Good morning, members of the committee. In the technical services area, we have been focused on a lot of our operations processes and looking for tools to automate those. But one ongoing project that we're still churning through is the staff computer refresh. We have found that remote work carried over from the pandemic really impacted the availability of users to upgrade their laptops. So that added an element to the schedule that we hadn't ever really dealt with before and didn't anticipate. But we are churning through and wrapping up that project. As far as automating some of our processes, we're looking at tools like Splunk and tools from Manage Engine to do that. We'll start an implementation of Splunk the week of October 10th. And initially, we will use that for monitoring our environment and pulling performance metrics off of specific devices and also systems. One of the big things we will have out of the box with Splunk is the ability to monitor our network traffic on an east-west pattern. What that means is monitoring the network traffic between devices that may not go through the firewall or through an OITS switch. And we have never had that capability. So here in the Capitol, these data jacks in committee rooms are live at all times, and we are a public building, and it introduces a vulnerability that we have not been able to address in the past. So I'm really excited to get that tool in place just for that one security vulnerability. But in addition to the initial monitoring, Splunk has a large number of add-on applications that are included in our initial licensing. So we will be able to expand the use of that tool and improve our reporting processes and really start to do some predictive analytics on our system performance, identify unusual behaviors from a user computer or from a server much earlier than we've ever been able to do before. The second thing we're looking at are tools from a company called Manage Engine. We're using one of their tools now, the password reset tool, and have been very happy with them. We would like to move our footprint system to their Service Desk and Asset Explorer tools. So the advantage is these tools are much easier to administer than the footprint system we've had in the past. But we can automate our IT asset inventory and patch management processes. Right now, those are a hybrid of manual and some automation. Um, but even the automation reports just kind of get fed into our manual processes. So in our security assessments in the past, they almost always find like everything's patched to certain levels except like 3 user devices in the test group or one server that got missed because we are doing a lot of manual processes. So these tools will help us automate that and just give us a better environment overall. We are also working as a team to update our incident response playbooks for disaster recovery. So, what we're doing is going through and just adding a lot of detail to that from our experiences with previous exercises. We're working on one scenario a week. And then once we have them done, we'll put those through tabletop exercises. And we're also, we did a tabletop exercise with legislative post audit and looking to schedule one with the research department probably later in October. And those are interesting because each of our departments has their own set of systems that are completely dependent on what my team can bring up in the event of an incident. So there's definitely a layered approach, and we have to communicate to make sure everyone knows what the plan is. And the last thing I have on my report is scheduled security assessments. In the past, we have done those with Optiv. They are on state contract. So we will schedule a social engineering test in February when everyone is here for session. And then we will look at doing a security assessment, vulnerability testing, penetration testing in next August of 2023. And any questions?
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On our computers, and maybe I'm just not finding it, but I know that before in our old computers, there was a program that had like a set okayed programs, I guess, where you could download. I'm thinking like Adobe Acrobat DC, I think it's called. So you could download that because it had already been approved, and there was the way to get into it. And I'm not finding it on our new computers. And I understand not allowing just you to download anything that you may want to download. But is there a program like that?
So that is a configuration setting that we have put on the computers. In the past, like depending on like what the implications were for a program, like you could download some programs and they would like fly under the radar. Like we had said, if it hits this part of the operating system, then that's blocked. Or if it's a program of this size is blocked. And so those are configuration settings that we have in place. If there's software that you need that you're unable to install, then just let me know and we can take care of that for you.
All right, so there's not that
No.
program anymore that allows, because it seemed like it was programs that certain ones that you had said, yes, these are okay, and so then you could download them. I'm not asking you to open up the whole thing because I understand why you have those restrictions that you're talking about. I'm just it's okay during the session. It's not that big a deal when you're at home, and it's a little bit more of a an issue to try to get a hold of somebody to do that. So I didn't know if there was any way to get that sort of an okay. I mean, there's certain programs, like Adobe Acrobat, DC, and those sort of things that are pretty common that I wouldn't think would be a problem.
Yeah, we usually run into this with printers when people are at home and trying to install their home printer.
Right.
We get a lot of calls about that. So, we can look for a better way to manage that.
Okay, I just encourage you because it is, it's a little bit of an issue, and even during the session, maybe it's not as big a deal now that we've had them for a year, but when we first get them, and everybody's wanting to get a hold of your staff to just okay a download of a simple program like that. So this might be something to think about.
And I know that with footprints, we've had inconsistent results with remoting into computers when people are working from home to help with that, to put in those overrides. So hopefully with our new manage engine tools, we can clean up that operation as well for remote management. But yeah, I understand what you're saying there.
Other questions for Terry? Senator Holland, did you have a question? I saw your hand was raised. Apparently not. Thank you, Terry.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, since we have a little bit of extra time here, one thing I do not have on the report is the ITech Information Security Council. In June of this year, the ITech approved an update to the Information Security Council Charter. And the membership on that council includes a representative from the legislature. And that's how it states so it doesn't say anything about how that member is chosen. So what I want to do is make sure that in the legislature we have an appointing authority for that position, because it's at a pretty high level now. So what I'm going to do is take that to the LCC, probably at their next meeting, if I can get it on the agenda, and have them decide who the appointing authority in the legislature would be. So
Sound like a winner.
I will report on that further when we get that done.
Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has to do with salaries. We've got a workforce challenge going on across the state, across the country, and technology in particular is kind of a challenging field. And as we look at our legislative staff, I know we've introduced a lot of technical workers into the mix as we had our committees in the open capital. I just want to make sure we allocated money last year for legislative, different personnel inside the legislature that are working. Have those gone out? I haven't even asked. I want to make sure that our technical folks are receiving the kind of raises that the rest of some of our state employees are getting.
Yes, we did increases for our staff a year ago. And then I believe it was in July, we had a 5% increase also. So there were a couple increases that have been put out.
So all the technical folks got an increase?
Correct.
And would you say that the budget's going to be good enough for the technical services to retain the staff that we've got so far?
I believe it will be. We've got several jobs posted out right now, so we're actively recruiting for staff too, but that's a challenge also to try to get people to apply.
Okay, thanks.
Further questions for Alan? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Committee, we're a little bit ahead of schedule. Next on our agenda is Kelly O'Brien. I don't see him. Judicial branch IT update. I think we'll take about a 5 to 10 minute break. Be right back.
So you have
We're-
to
we're
like
live
take a
now.
selfie and send to her.
Committee, let's get this thing rolling again. Appreciate Kelly O'Brien rushing over here. If you did not bring testimony with you, feel free just to submit that to James and he'll get it posted. That's fine. I believe you did an update for iTech, so you're probably fairly well prepared. So.
Is Michael.
Over at the court. So, yeah, I had a busy morning, and one of the rules were you can't check your phone, right? I mean, you have to turn your phone off during that. So, I didn't see it until the break. So I apologize if I held you up. Okay, I'll get started with, as you all are aware, we are rolling out our new case management system, the Tyler Odyssey system, and as of September, for second week of September, we now have 100 courts on. So we did put it's all our small and mid-sized courts. The only courts that we have left to do are Shawnee, Sedgwick, Wyandotte, Douglas, Johnson, and then the appellate court over across the street. We're currently working on a schedule to try to get our urbans on. The 2 months we're looking that we will go live will probably be February and then June. And honestly, I hope that's it. I'll have Johnson County to do then, but at this time next year, the only court I believe that we'll have left to do will be Johnson County. You may also remember that we had to work real hard to get to this point. There were some issues with the system early. I believe that we have resolved every one of those. The system is working well. It is. I'm very confident in it. I believe I could put it in anywhere right away and have it operate. The reason the urbans are going to take a little longer is they do have some integration. So in other words, their DA's offices may want to integrate into the system, or their sheriff's office. And we're still working with counties to complete those integrations. Nobody wanted to go until those were done. Nobody wants a bad go live, right? Even though if the court's working really well, but the DA can't get what they need, and the whole thing kind of crumbles at that point. So we need to work with them and make sure that they're ready to go. We believe we got them on a schedule, and like I said, by June of next year, we feel really, really good that at least those 4 urbans will be installed. The next step that we'll do after that, or we're going to do it in parallel probably, is we're going to start adding other automated features to the system. We're going to put in a brand new jury system, which will have a number of capabilities that our current jury system does not have. There'll be the live call-in IVR. There'll be the text messaging. We can even, if we want, have the summonses printed and mailed out for us. And we can do that pretty much at a centralized area, or location. So we can kind of control that around. The system is smart enough to know if you live like right on a county line or something, to make sure that you get the right summons. And all those type of interesting little jury things that you got to kind of deal with. We'll also, again, that's a different text messaging system. Actually, it's kind of the same, but we're going to turn on text messaging for kind of anybody that has like hearing dates, things like that. If they choose to, they can receive notifications that way. So no longer, trying to send out an email, which people may or may not get, or whatever. I mean, that we're trying to figure out ways to be able to get all that information out to them. And we currently have it operational, but the other thing that I don't think I talk a lot about that you probably would be interested in is that we have turned on what we call the Centralized Payment Center, the CPC. It used to be that all courts were kind of responsible for their own financials at each county. We now have centralized that. We've put in true accounting standards that can be audited against, that can be verified, and do those type of things. Again, it just limits the possibility of things happening with court money out there. So that is in place, and we'll just continue to look at ways to improve the system and as we move forward with things. Johnson County, I do anticipate that they will probably come on sometime in 2024. I'm hoping it's the earlier part of 2024. But they, for those who are aware of Johnson County, they've used the gym system over there for a long, long time. And again, talking about the stakeholders, we are spending a lot of time. I spend a lot of time with Mr. Howe. I spend a lot of time with the sheriff. I spend a lot of time over there visiting and talking and getting them comfortable with us pulling out the case management portion, the court case management portion of the gyms, plugging in Odyssey, and that they'll still be able to get the same information. So we have a lot of conversations. So and I feel like we're making really good progress on that. And again, they will go, but it's one of those things where we just got to make sure everybody's comfortable, right? And it's thoroughly tested and we're there. Now, I get that there comes a point where maybe some hard calls have to be made on like, we're going to go because we feel like we're there, and they may not, but we're not there yet. So, and I don't think we'll get there. We have, like I said, we've forged a really good relationship with them, and are working through everything, and I believe we'll get it. Our other gotcha with an urban is Wyandotte. As many of you are aware, I think all of you are probably aware, they got hit with a pretty serious, the Wyandotte County got hit with a pretty serious ransomware attack about 5 months ago, which caused basically the county, which of course the court is part of, to be completely shut down for multiple weeks. Frankly, we're still trying to dig out from that because they went on a paper world for almost 8 weeks, almost 2 months, and they're a large court, right? And so trying to get all that paper loaded in a system. We did bring them back up on full court. We did not put them on Odyssey at the time. We did move them off the network. We moved them off the UG network. We got them on a different network, and we're gonna change the network again change to another network provider here this week. I think they'll be on another one. This one was just a temporary deal. We're doing it through basically cellular, right? I mean, that's basically what we're doing, which isn't the greatest. It's a little slow for them. We also put all the full court servers. We pulled those out of the UG's server room. We build them and we host them over and across the street, and that's what they connect to. And so we have to get through their backload a little bit and get them on their new network until I can really tell you, or I can make Judge Burns comfortable on when the go live date will be. But again, they'll fall February or they'll fall June. I mean, those are the two dates, and we just need to try to determine exactly where the right time to slot them is. As far as at the Judicial Center, we continue to expand on network security. I think many of you know we've hired a network security engineer. We have another position open that will soon be filled. And just ensure you that the court is taking security really serious now, and we're doing really trying to harden our stance over there, and we will continue to do that as well. And then what the website, we did a refresh about 3 years ago. We're getting ready to do another one. That there's some things that we want to do a little differently on our website now, and we're gonna just kind of try to, technology changes it's so quick now, right? I mean, there's just different things you can put out there that make it easier for our customers, and easier for our courts as well, to be able to access stuff. So we're going to try to take advantage of some of that. So we're moving forward on those things, and that's really all I have. So I'll stand for any questions.
A question: a few years back, we were concerned about some of the work processes and workflows with our smaller courts. Did standardizing the processes help as you went live in the?
Yeah, I mean, now that's been a road, right? I mean, it wasn't. It's not always easy for somebody that's been doing something one way for 20-something years, and we want to change it, and it has not come without some pushback. But yes, the answer is we've standardized. We will continue to standardize, and I fully anticipate when we go live in these urbans, that argument's going to come, or that conversation will come right back and deal with it. And frankly, honestly, the urbans may show us some things that some of the smaller courts have not yet, that may surprise us, and we may have to change our process, right? We may have to go, volume does funny things. When you start adding volume and stuff to things, it has a tendency to show you where you're weak. And I anticipate we'll find that we thought we were okay here, and maybe we're not. We'll have to change the process. But yes, we have standardized. Yes, we have work share people right now doing stuff. As a matter of fact, we're going to put them to work in Wyandotte County to help with that backlog. They've helped. We've had in our go lives. The one thing I should point out, which I told you we had 100 courts on, because I do want to make sure it goes on record, my staff, and get their pat on the back. We turned on 73 courts in the last 60 days. That is a substantial lift. I mean, that's a big lift. So yeah, we did that. But to help with that, because we've standardized, we used clerks that had been on Odyssey for a while already to go out in these courts that were going live to assist us with that. So yeah, that transition's happening. I mean, would I wanted it to happen faster? Sure, but it's happening. So it's been good. That has been a good thing for us.
Mountain, I thought it was going to be a little tough getting over, but I think you've done well. Senator Pittman.
Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. Not to dwell on that one situational case study that you just described over in the unified government, but would you do anything different are you incorporating some of the learnings from that into your piece of what happened there? I mean, are you thinking about extracting your piece away from the unified government from hosting? Are you thinking about your disaster recovery plans and how you thought they were okay, but maybe this thing you need to change? I mean, how's that impacting you just generally?
Yeah, all of that, for sure. We are obviously I shouldn't say obviously, with the Odyssey system, everything will be in our control, right? I mean, all the case management system piece of that will be in the court's control. It won't be in the unified government or at Sedgwick County, Douglas County, whatever. All of that stuff becomes ours. But yes, what we've learned through that, everybody learns through these. I mean, it's a bad way to learn. I get it, but everybody learns. And what we learned is no matter if your backup, you think your backups are good because you're doing daily backups, like somebody loses a file and you're able to restore. That's not good enough. You need you need to test to make sure you can do an enterprise-wide restoration. You need to verify that all of that's there, that you can restore your databases, that you can restore that. I mean, me restoring a Word file 3 times a week isn't sufficient enough, and you need to just kind of put those things in place. It also helps that we're going to have we have a data center over in the Judicial Center. We also have space over in Johnson County, and we're looking actually, because the system is growing quicker than we thought it would. We are looking at space in Sedgwick County. That's something we want to look at and maybe have a piece down there as well. And we're building the network in a way that we want to get to the point. We're not there yet, so I don't want anybody to misunderstand. We can certainly flip over, but it takes us some time. But we want to get to the point on the network soon. If we were to lose Topeka, it's seamless. It'll just transfer right over to Johnson County. There's some networks. We got to still build some network out with AT&T to do that, but that's budgeted, and we're working on getting that layer there so we can do it that way.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This has taken quite a while. I can't even remember when it's probably been what? It's close to 6, maybe.
Well, I think we signed the contract in what was before COVID. So the 2017 probably is when the contract got signed. So yeah, 5 years is where we're at probably.
So I would assume that the program that you're using is updatable. It's scalable. It's not something that you're going to finally get everybody on and then come back in another couple of years and go, man, we've got to do something else now because we're.
No, I don't want to cut you off.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
That was my.
Yeah. You are absolutely right. As a matter of fact, I was just talking to Tyler. That's who Tyler Technologies is who we use. No, that's one of the main reasons we went with them is that they were what's referred to as evergreen, right? I don't have to buy a new when they go to version 2028 or whatever 2024. I don't have to buy a new version. I get it. Now, it's on me to get there, right? I mean, it's on me to which is a big lift, but it's on us to get there. We feel like the reason we went with Tyler is because of the evergreen piece and because of the system robustness, right? I mean, you do capture a lot of information inside of there, which is one of the issues the clerks have also struggled with because we ask them to enter more information. So they're to them that we increase their workload, which really we did, right? But at the end of the day, what we hope is the benefit of that is the statistics and the information we can pull out of there will be much more robust. So yes, the system will constantly grow. As a matter of fact, we're visiting with them. This is probably 4 or 5 years down. As a matter of fact, like I said, I was in strategic planning. It's one of the things I'm on that this afternoon that we'll talk about is I want to move it to a software as a service deal. And that will make those transitions easier for us and allow us to stay up with the most current thing. Now, like I said, we got to budget that. There's a cost to that. There's the technology piece of that. I mean, that's just not something you do next week, right? You just don't say, hey, I'm moving that thing up to the cloud and we're done with it. I mean, there's a lot that goes into that.
Sure. So is each county is responsible for their own backup?
No.
So it's backed up into a central location?
Yes.
Okay.
We do an enterprise statewide backup. And that is, that's in multiple places. We air gap it. Again, I don't want to stand up here because, nothing's ever bulletproof, right? I mean, and things can happen. It just takes somebody clicking on one bad thing and you're in trouble. But we have spent a substantial amount of money to try to ensure that data is secure and safe. So and the backups are that's enterprise wide, and yeah, so we take care of all of that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. And I would be remiss if I did not speak about constituents who have contacted me. And they are not happy with the system. They did not want to be forced to go electronic. I think that we need to, as a state, we tend to make decisions that force people hardships on their businesses.
Yeah.
And this is one of them.
Yeah.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. And we do yes, thank you.
Representative Hubert.
Thank you. This kind of piggybacks a little bit, but then on the other side of that equation, the pandemic forced changes that provide opportunities for us to do things differently. And I was just curious how flexible was signing a plan back, you said pre-pandemic 2017, how you're able to incorporate things you were able to do through just thrown into the fire and see some of the benefits that could be incorporated in what you do going forward.
And thank you for asking that question, because that is something that has gotten forgotten a little bit, and because this has taken us a while, right? And I'm not going to blame it all on the pandemic, because there as I stated in front of this committee multiple times, we had some issues that needed to be resolved with our vendor. And we did that, but we did do this in the middle of the pandemic, right? I mean, and we did bring 20 something courts on. I want to say 27 courts at least, somewhere in there, when they were and we tried to do it completely remotely, because they were at home, we were at home, tried to train remotely, tried to do a lot of things. And I don't want to say it wasn't a success, because obviously we got them on, but I can tell you that that was painful, but the lessons we learned from that were invaluable, because do we do in-person trainings now? Yeah, we do some, but we still do maybe 50% of our trainings remotely. We just got better at it, right? I mean, we just figured out what the right tool was, and we got better at it. Are we able to support remotely and not have somebody, I can't print, not have somebody walk up there and stand in front of them, and work on their printer? Yeah. I mean, we're able to do that, and we've got the tools in place to be able to do that. The next piece we're going to do is that we want to go to what we call a VDI environment, which is virtual desktops. Right now, everybody has a desktop in front, right? Like a laptop or a workstation that's way overpowered for what most of our people do at the court. I don't want to make a statement statewide, but for at the court, because we're in word processing, email, stuff like that. We want to basically put, for those of us like me of some age, might remember the old like mainframe or AS400, where you had a terminal that really wasn't smart. It just connected to a back end that was smart. And we're looking to go to kind of that environment, because it's easy for us to put all our patches and fixes in there, right? Instead of trying to touch 1,600 workstations. It's easy for us to do that. So we're learning all these lessons. So it has been, how we work today at the court has changed considerably, and it's all due to the pandemic. And I think we do it successfully.
Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate the update.
No problem. Thank you.
We're going to take a break for lunch. We'll be back just after 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Have a good day.
get started. We're going to change up the agenda today just a little bit. I think we're going to shift the order. We're going to have the IT security audit on USD, the progress update on the IT security audit, the progress, and then we'll follow that up with the KBI's fingerprint system information project update. With that, I believe this is going to need to be a closed session, but we'll ask Catherine Osterhaus or Alex. Okay. So we'll need a motion for the security audit and the Great Bend. We have a motion. Representative Hoffman.
I move that the open joint meeting of the Joint Committee on Information Technology and the Joint Committee, actually it's not, because we're not both of them. Are we? I move that the open meeting of the Joint Committee on Information Technology be recessed for a closed executive meeting pursuant to KSA 75-4319A to discuss matters related to the security measures that protect USD 328 Great Bend and the information systems of the public agencies that were previously audited by the Legislative Division of Post Audit at the direction of the Legislative Post Audit Committee, with the appropriate individuals with the Legislative Post Audit and USD 428 Great Bend pursuant to the justification listed in KSA 75-4319B12C. Because of discussion of such matters as an open meeting would jeopardize such security measures, that the committee resumes the open meeting in room 582 north of the State House at 1:45, and to record this motion if adopted as part of the committee's permanent record.
Seconded by Representative Hubert. Further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. We're going into executive session. Next on the agenda, I believe we have the KBI Fingerprint System Information Technology Project update. Welcome back to the committee.
It's been so long, I haven't used a mic, so. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. What you have in front of you should be a 4-page memo that I believe we passed out into your binders for this meeting. And so I'm just going to go briefly through what's covered in this memo. To remind you all, our primary aim in doing this work with monitoring IT projects is to identify when a project is at risk of failure due to scope, schedule, cost, or quality. And if you know much about project management, that includes the project management triangle, which is scope, schedule, and cost. And then we throw in the quality for like extra gravy. So we have monitored this particular project, the Kansas Bureau of Investigation Automated Biometric Identification System, or ABIS for short, since January 2020. And so in this project, it's important to recall that the KBI has signed a contract with a company called Idemia to do the main contract. However, in the same year or a little bit after that, they've also decided to do an independent verification process, which is a different contract through mission critical partners. And so that is really very similar work that we would have done. And at the time that they've decided to do the independent validation verification contract, we decided to back off because we found it is not very useful for too many cooks in the kitchen. So we are using mostly the independent contractors, independent verification project as our means to get the word out to you all as to what this project's about. So now getting into the meat of this. So the first high level finding on this is the project scope, which is in satisfactory project status. So I'm not going to dwell on that too much. The next one is cost. Again, we've determined that it is in satisfactory status. It is about a $5.5 million project, so it's not necessarily the biggest project that we could be monitoring, but because at the time of our selection, it was pretty important and touched on so many different agencies, we decided to pick that because it did seem rather risky because there's a lot of tentacles and different agencies involved that depend on good finger pointing processes. So if you flip to the next page with me, we'll talk a little bit about project quality. So here you will see that we have determined this project is in caution status. And we say that for several reasons. So I'll just kind of go through those bulleted points here. The first one has to do with just basic project management things. So project manager authority, project management approach, and project management relationship items, they all received high-risk rankings from the independent contractor. And so one thing that really kind of came out in this last quarter reporting from that contractor was that Idemia, the main contractor, really is juggling several projects, and KBI's project is only one of several. And so KBI's project is actually in 4th place. So as you can imagine, that creates some resource issues. It also means that Idemia, which is using an agile project model, what happens oftentimes is that people flip in and out. And so what you might have is Idemia staff that may not be as familiar with the KBI project because they hop around on various projects that they've got going on. So that's what caused the risk rankings in this area. The second bullet there has to do with poor user communication. So that was another item that we found to be risky. There were some continued issues with users not communicating properly and to make sure that everybody understood their role in the project. The third bullet had to do with weak intergroup coordination. And by that we mean there are some poor planning project things happening there. We also saw some just common courtesies that didn't get followed, such as advanced calendaring and those types of things. So that was pointed out as something that needs to improve. And then the last bullet in that section has to do with technical documentation. So that's another high risk area here where, again, the contractor and KBI need to do a better job making sure that the technical documentation is in good order. And so leaving the project quality behind, moving on to schedule on the page 3 there. Project schedule is in caution status, and we say that because this project was supposed to be completed in January 2023. That was the original deadline, but it did go off on a slow start. So we had monitored this project for the last couple of years, and we noted that the first few quarters were really kind of sluggish and just slow. And so with all that, there was some detailed planning that took place. And so KBI has submitted its detailed project reporting to the KDO office, which I believe you heard a little bit about this morning. And so through that process, through that detailed project management scheduling, they have actually elongated and rebaselined. So now the project is rebaselined to finish by September 2023. So that is a new kind of line in the sand, if you will. That is their baseline, which is, I think, a better baseline, a clearer baseline, one that is much more realistic as well because of the slow start I mentioned before. It is rated as high, ironically, a little bit, because actually Idemia, the contractor, pushed back on that because they think they can do it faster. So there's still some ongoing issues with scheduling and like who's right. But because this is the new baseline, that is going to be the baseline that we will be looking towards. And hopefully that will be the one that everybody can meet, if not exceed. Lastly, there were some revelations. Again, I mentioned that before, that Idemia actually manages several projects for different companies such as KBI. And so KBI just being one of them obviously makes it a little harder to make sure that the schedule can be met. So that is a little bit of a development on that side. And of course, the question is, would it be better to just, terminate the contract? And of course, I think what's the dilemma here is there's not that many players in this field. So before you go down that road and think that way, just realize there's really not that many players. And at some point, this project is in a good space right now. There are some recommendations that came out of this report, and KBI has been working towards addressing those. And with that, I stand for questions.
Any questions? Representative Hoffman.
So do you see most of the issues with Idemia or with KBI? It seems to me it's mostly Idemia not following through maybe in the contract as well as they should. Is that what you're saying, or is KBI not following through with them as well as they should?
I would see it the way that you do. I think a lot of that is with the contract. Of course, it takes two parties to make sure that if there's conflicts that you can, get past them. And so there is two players involved here. But from my reading of the report and from having been part of the meetings that take place, though very tangentially, I will say that because again, we kind of took a back step to all of that. I would say that some of the project quality and management issues seem to be with Idemia at the moment, but again, it's probably a two-edged sword.
Thank you.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. It appears to me like this project's not being made a priority since its resources are being pulled to other projects. And in one of your statements, you even say that the project manager isn't able to get resources available. Could you address that a little bit? It seems like it's not a priority.
Yes, and let me clarify, those priorities are with Idemia. That is truly the issue that was just discussed. Those are problems with Idemia. From everything that I've been following and again, being involved as little as I am, KBI has made this a priority and is very much involved in doing everything they can with weekly meetings and everything to really make that a priority.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would also ask, part of the responsibility of the state is managing these contracts. And a lot of times I see that the vendors are allowed to go out of scope, over budget, over timeline, because the state is not holding their feet to the fire. Is that what's going on in this case?
I would not say so. I think in the first two categories that I mentioned, scope and cost are both satisfactory. So the one that is left on the project management triangle would be the schedule. And you're right in that the project is delayed. Again, that came because of a slow start and with some miscommunications on what planning really requires at the state level. There's a lot of planning documents that need to be done and approved, and there's a big process. I believe the contractor didn't necessarily appreciate all the complexities involved with a state portion. I do think that it is managed pretty tightly from a KBI's perspective. And again, the keto process is on top of that. We also know that obviously this project has an independent verification and validation process, which, just to remind you, this project did not need that. That particular requirement comes in at $10 million project cost, and KBI has made a concerted effort to choose to do this on their own because they were rather worried about this being tightly managed. And I would say from a KBI's perspective, it is.
Thank you. And thank you to KBI for doing that. I know it's important, and maybe you can set an example for other departments and agencies. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if the KBI has any representation here, is it possible for the KBI just to make a quick comment on this from their perspective of what this looks like going forward? If you feel like the resolution is happening, that will get you to the September 2023 new deadline, and whether you've any commentary on this. If you could step to the mic and state your name and position, I really would appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Chairman Peterson. My name is Robert Jacobs. I am the Executive Officer at the Kansas Bureau of Investigation. I do appreciate that question. We have been very concerned about the progress of this project. As previously mentioned, we have tried to keep on top of it. Obviously, we have had some things happen that have been out of our control, unfortunately. IDEMIA is just one of two companies that actually, or vendors that actually could fulfill this contract. We chose IDEMIA. We had worked with them before. Unfortunately, their company has gone through some high turnover due to COVID. They've hired some new people, which has caused delays because those people have to be trained. We are working to try and improve that process and our communication with them. We do have those weekly meetings, and we do believe that it will be able to be accomplished by September of 23. We, as IDEMIA said, they think it could be even done before that, but we are sticking with that deadline at this point. So we are encouraged or hopeful that everything will continue to improve from here on out.
Thank you for stepping up and putting your spin on this, and appreciate that. And thanks for working with the contractor to help move this thing forward. And I understand the resource issues. It's unfortunate it's happened like this. Are we putting any citizens at risk at this point?
No, and I do appreciate you asking that, because actually one of the things that was concerning, if you may remember, when we requested the funding for the ABIS project, was we were worried that the APHIS project would see its end of life, and it is supposed to do that at the end of 2022. However, to kind of compensate for that, or to prepare for that, one of the pieces of our contract with IDEMIA was that they promised to maintain the maintenance of APHIS until the ABIS project is complete and operational. And that has to be signed off on by the KBI before they are absolved of that. So we did protect our clients, not only the citizens of Kansas, but the criminal justice agencies that utilize APHIS, by putting that into the contract to make sure that we would not lose that maintenance for our current system.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it's the same company has the old program as well as the new program?
I believe so, but I would have to double check and get back to you on that. But I can find out, but I believe it is.
You just said that they promised to keep up the old one. The maintenance on the old one.
The new contract with IDEMIA promised to do maintenance for the old APHIS system. So I do, as they are implementing the
even though
new
it's maybe
ABIS.
not their system.
That is true.
Okay.
Let me, if you check real quick, it is the same system. I just wanted to make sure though.
So is
or
there,
same company.
did we have to pay extra for that?
I think it was part of the contract, within the contract negotiations when we did the contract for the initial ABIS. That was part of it.
Okay, so we're not paying them extra for their not doing, them being behind.
I don't believe so, but I will double check. If
So
I'm
is-
wrong, I will get back to you on that.
Do we have anything in place because they did not meet the? I mean, they're almost 9 months behind. Are we getting any sort of compensation for that? Was that in the contract?
Some of those aspects of the contract are structured to compensate for the being on schedule or not making schedule. So again, as far as the details, I would have to get what those compensations are.
But there are some in there.
I believe that there are.
Okay, that's what I was wanting to know. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have presentations on selected IT projects. First one is in-car camera upgrade, Kansas Highway Patrol. While we're getting our technical issues resolved, though it looks like we got them resolved, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Representative Hubert. There's a rumor out that this may be his last committee meeting of the year. So I want to thank you for your service and appreciate what you've done. Thank you. You ready, sir?
Yes, I am.
Proceed when you want.
Oh, thank you. I am Jamie Holly. I'm the CIO for the Kansas Highway Patrol, and I'll be presenting on our current approved project, the in-car camera upgrade. The purpose of this program is to replace our existing in-car camera system, to replace 438 existing systems starting in October through May of next year. Also, the purpose is to upgrade the existing capabilities to a newer, modern platform. The goal you see is to need a higher quality video capability, more of hands-off of upload capability, utilizing our cellular network. Also to improve upon the records capabilities with our troopers and our records department. And then, of course, we need a little easier use of the system. Current system utilizes recording to DVDs, and this system allows automatic uploads of the video to our video storage repository. Also, the videos would be utilized to help with training opportunities of previous recordings to improve upon training, as well as to reduce the response time to our records department, as well as COIA requests. Also be utilized to assist in increasing of convictions, as well as validation of statements during troopers' testimonies, and also to increase public confidence and also increase transparency. why the system's needed. As I mentioned, current systems utilizing DVDs. Current systems out of warranty at end of life and to support. And currently, we can't obtain current repair parts on the market. And so, literally, our fleet mechanics have to go out and scour eBay for replacement parts for those systems. And so, we've definitely maximized the capability of our existing systems, and we need to upgrade to a new system. And also, the existing platform doesn't have any expansion capabilities to incorporate any type of body camera. Challenges that we face currently, we've got limited IT staff to assist with this, and don't foresee any real challenges in delays of the implementation, other than the fact that if we have any turnover, that could potentially slow down the implementation. As well as vendor staff turnover. The existing project manager lead for the vendor did leave the company, and so they're bringing on a new vendor, new project manager for that, and they're getting him up to speed. And also, the vendor currently has gone through some equipment shortages and are making up those shortages now based on shipping and parts availability. And I stand for your questions.
Committee questions. Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for that. Seems like a no-brainer when you look at it like that. This stuff has been around for a while, I imagine. I like the idea of having the automatic uploads because it does increase the transparency and confidence that the recordings are unaltered and true. So I appreciate that. You know, when our local police department went with body cams, they had a huge problem with retention of the videos because of the amount of storage space. Have you anticipated that need and scoped it out for as long as the periods that you're gonna have to be able to hold these new higher resolution videos and such?
Yes, we have.
And you feel very confident in that?
Very much so.
And then my last question is, question that comes up, did you look at other vendors? You know, you mentioned that you had some challenges with the equipment potentially and maybe the personnel inside this current vendor company. Did you look across other vendors and you reevaluate some of the other options out on the marketplace?
Correct, yes. There was an extensive selection process that was conducted.
Thank you.
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know, it's late in the day. First question. Thank you for being here. My question, so the current existing system is being recorded onto DVD. You mentioned that, is that correct?
Correct.
Is there any plan to digitize those, for example? Obviously physical media can break down over time or something like that. It might be worthwhile to digitize those DVDs so we have those in the record.
Not that I'm aware of at this time. They're currently maintained by our records department, but none that I'm aware of or uploading those to our video repository at this time. So,
Other questions? Representative Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering how long does the Highway Patrol keep a video in storage?
Sure. On regular like vehicle assist calls and things of that nature, we keep that video on. We'll keep that on file for at least 2 years, and that's our current records retention policy. And then any video that's associated with a case file is kept indefinitely until it's determined it's no longer needed.
Okay, so if it's like an actual arrest, then it's all right. Thank you.
Other questions, committee? Seeing none, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Pension Administration System Modernization. I believe that's you, Alan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm just going to take a few minutes. Unlike Representative Hubert, I'm still learning the whole IT thing. And so I've got John Cahill, our Chief Information Officer, Susan Hancock, our Chief Project Officer, and then Jared Waltner, our Planning and Research Officer. This is the first time I think Capers has appeared before the JCIT committee to talk about this project, and it certainly is a very key, important process, not only to Capers, but our 300,000 members. And so just the next couple pages, slide 2 there, just shows if, can we advance, or do we need to advance, or can you advance the? Okay, all right, we won't worry about that. Thank you. Yeah. Just, of course, Capers, just to give a little context, if you haven't heard it before, of course, there's 3 statewide systems: the regular Capers, state, school, local, police and fire, and the judges system. We interact with 1,500 employers all across the state. So, of course, the state, all the school districts, all the counties, almost all the cities. City of Wichita is big enough to have their own plan. And then you get into all those other public entities, community colleges, drainage districts, fire service protection districts, libraries, and so forth. And there's certainly challenges with that. You may have a large, complex employer like the Wichita School District, which is our largest single employer, over 6,500 employers. And then you're down to that township or drainage district with literally 1 or 2 employees. And so we have to, be aware of that. On slide 3, though, I'm sorry, just shows you the magnitude. There's over 300,000 members of Capers. About 1 in every 10 or 11 Kansans has a direct contact with Capers. You can see there's about 150,000 active between state, school, local, and judges schools, the largest one with about 58%. And then on the retired side, there's over 110,000 retired members. Again, the school is the largest group, so you'd expect the school retirees to have the largest one, about 54%. The state, though, in terms of all those employer contributions, the state pays about 70%. So not only does it pay the employer contribution for all state employees as part of state aid to education, it pays all the local school employer contributions as well. And so the Capers group in total, state, local schools, about 95% of our membership. We pay out over $2 billion a year in benefits, retirement, disability, death benefits, and some refunds of contributions. And about 88% of our Capers retirees stay in Kansas. And then on slide 4, just in terms of funding, so the funding for this modernization project will come out of the trust fund. There's no direct state general fund money. Of course, general fund money does come to the trust fund through those employer contributions, but it's the cost for the modernization fund comes out of the trust fund, which gets its money mainly from investment income. Over time, it's about half, about a third from employer contributions, and the balance from member contributions. So I just wanted to just remind you that, or share that information with you. Modernization project is very important to Capers, and I believe our members. As you'll hear, our current system, we started using it in 2005. So it's had a good run. And as you'll also hear, here in this building, there have been quite a few legislative changes through the years, so that systems had been modified. So changes to Capers 1, creation of Capers 2, creation of Capers 3, working after retirement, and so on. So the systems had to, of course, be modified to address those legislative changes. So anyway, enough about the background. I'll let John, if I may, Mr. Chairman, let him, he's our expert, and let him talk to you about the modernization project.
Thank you, Alan. John Cahill, Chief Information Officer for Capers. Today I'm gonna go through at a high level as to why we're modernizing. Alan just alluded to it. The system was implemented in 2005, so it's had a good run, but it sits on a good, strong .NET platform. So we're not going from, say, a mainframe, an AS400 to something like that. I'm also going to cover where we are today and where we're going and what our future modernization plans are. Slide 6 kind of shows you the vision for this project, and we took this. We went through a very structured process to define the future state of our pension administration system, and we used this vision to align the requirements we put together for this modernization project. And we approached this from two different angles: either a replacement, a full-blown replacement, big bang, if you will, or an upgrade in place. So, but when we were gathering the requirements, we went based on building an entirely new system so that we could get what we need out of it. Some of the reasons for modernization, again, implemented in 2005. So it's had a lot of years. Over time, as Alan alluded to, legislative changes, they have to be put in quickly. You don't always have the luxury of putting everything in with the proper testing and such. So sometimes things have to get put in very quickly, shoehorned, if you will. And that leads to technical issues, maintainability, and over time, those just increase and it causes more issues. Obviously, we want to maintain our level of customer service. It's very important that we take care of our members at a very, very high level. And we do that today. We still do that today, but there's so much manual processing that goes on that sometimes intervention is needed from IT to even help somebody on the phone. You know, maybe a data problem, bad record, something of that nature. And those manual processes get in the way of servicing our customers in a timely manner. So we want to make sure we maintain that high level. And of course, there's always improving the data, securing the data, and moving forward in that manner. So pretty good reasons to move forward. So in 2020, we went through an RFP to contract with a consultant to do a look at a holistic view of our system as is. They did a gap analysis between where we are and industry standards and best practices, and then they would go into a future state system. In June of 2020, we did engage with a consultant named Siegel, and they performed that three-phased assessment for us. And they included that, and they gave us 3 different reports, and they're very detailed reports telling us, you know, what they saw as our current as is, where our issues were, and the best approach forward. In September of 2020, they delivered the final report to us, the future roadmap, if you will, and they had 2 viable options. And as I said earlier, those viable options were to either replace or fix, remodel in place, if you will. And if you're aware of the pension space, it is a small space. It's a shrinking space. So the vendor landscape's very small. So taking their information, we met internally, and we decided to go the route of enhancing in place. We thought that would give us our best abilities to realize some changes in an incremental manner, quicker, be able to get some of those items that were identified that needed to be fixed in place, rather than going the big bang and having to wait 4 or 5 years for a new system. So the initial estimate for that, for the enhancement in place was 5 years. The initial estimated cost was $37.3 million. And those funding levels do not include going out for RFP. And the funding estimates have shifted. And as everybody's aware, raising labor costs and input costs will contribute to that. However, we have been able to maintain those costs, the costs that we did budget for fiscal year 23 and 24. So those will not change. fingers aren't working. There we go. Where we are today, the approach, we did go and we gathered 3,000 requirements, as I stated earlier. We are going through a 3-phased approach ourselves, analyze and retool, which basically means we need to analyze the system as it is right now and see where the problems are and do a deep dive and figure out what do we need to do to stabilize the system. The second phase would be improve, and the third phase would be ultimately that remodel or enhance. And those requirements that we gathered will support all of the above. It was determined that the foundational needs we needed to fix the foundational problems of the system to get it stabilized because of all the manual processes, data issues that we're seeing now. And so a new approach was presented to our internal steering committee in March of 2022, which included a new milestone-based approach. And phases 1 and 2 of that approach are required before we even think about modernizing. Phase 1, again, is to analyze and retool. And as you see right there, the root cause analysis of the major issues that we're having, and those things we have to get fixed so that we can stabilize, so that they can do their business, can do their job. And then we're going to design and implement process improvements, internal processes. We have processes that we need to build. We also need to look at building tools or procuring tools to help us with this. And we're going to be looking at things like Azure DevOps, Vivantio Help Desk, and applications of those natures to help us work it out. Phase 2 is stabilize. So building on phase 1, with all the analysis that was done and the approach that was given, the plan for phase 2 would be to actually fix and stabilize the system. And again, phase 1 and phase 2 have to be done prior to moving to phase 3, which would be that future system state and the enhancement of KITS, or the pension administration system. I want to reiterate, we have not started modernization yet. We are still in phase 1 of this, the retool and the analyze and retool. We're working through a scope of work right now to get to phase 2, which would be the fix. So we are not in modernization yet. We've stepped back. We're taking a very deliberate approach towards this. Some of the challenges we faced, obviously, we have some systemic issues that created challenges. These things that have to be fixed, and we have to do the root cause analysis and fix and stabilize to get to that point where we have a system that works for the next 4 to 5 years as we look at modernizing. Lack of quality system documentation, that's a huge learning curve. If you don't have a system that's documented, it's hard to onboard new people, developers, anything like that, database structures, that type of stuff. If you don't have the documentation, it's really hard to keep track of things. Lack of proper processes and procedures, internal, external, the vendor, they have their issues. We needed to build upon some processes, create new processes, shape up existing processes. Vendor management is always a chore. We are doing a pretty good job, I think, with our partner at holding the vendors' feet to the fire. We're a lot of oversight. Again, we've been able to step back. We've been able to review things, hold them accountable. That's hard. It's an ongoing job. It's a day-to-day job. So we do that. And on top of that, we have to monitor the costs and risks and the timeline so that we don't balloon out, get out of scope, etc. And obviously right now, everybody's having the same issue, and it's hiring, resources. Resources are difficult to get. So those are some of the challenges. And the next steps, obviously, we can't maintain what we have right now going forward. We have to fix it. It has to get done. And at this point, we're reevaluating the best path forward, and that could include an RFP for a new system. We have not ruled that out, but we still have to get the base system fixed so that we can look at that option. We have not entered into any new contracts with our vendor or purchased any new software related to modernization at this time. And all of the work completed so far to collect requirements and address issues, the work we've done to this point has not gone to waste. Everything we've done is for a purpose. So we are not wasting time gathering information. It's information we need to have. And KDADS needs to keep using this system for 5 years, 4 to 5 years. So fixing it is, and getting it stabilized is imperative. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Any questions?
I'm sure you have them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your presentation. Yes, I do have some questions and some concerns based off the presentation. You've started this effort in 2020, prior to 2020, and you put a plan together to CEDO if in 2021, is that correct? You had a $9 million approval internal and $32 million external approval?
Correct.
How much of that have you used up?
Maybe 7 million over the last 2 fiscal years put together.
9 million and the 32 million, or just? That should be something a project manager knows right away. That number should not be difficult to get. So I would like that number for the committee, Mr. Chairman. I also have concerns. You said that, well, from some of the things that I'm reading, I have several concerns. So indirectly, this is costing taxpayers, KPERS members. Isn't that how it's funded, through KPERS funds? Yes. So I have grave concern over this because it does impact the system itself. Anything we spend on this is not money going into the retirees' pockets. And to study a system to find the issues for 2 years now, you're in phase 1, is that correct?
We are in phase 1, that is correct. And we've been working several items to get there, yes.
When do you plan on moving to phase 2?
We're in the process of doing it right now.
But you don't have a schedule on this presentation.
Correct, because we don't have that schedule yet. We're working on the scope of work right now.
Okay, for somebody that's in the IT industry, I can't understand how you don't have cost and you don't have schedule for a project. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thanks for coming in. And I do commend the KPERS Fund for the investment portfolio, and they continue to keep it very stable. I do appreciate that. I mean, I've got to echo my fellow senators' concern. $7 million in 2 years to study the problem is, without a lot of context, without understanding exactly all that's gone into that, it does sound like a lot of money, and it is a lot of money. So that does have me concerned. Scheduling, once again, she's got a fantastic point in terms of having a nice milestone presentation in terms of where we're going is certainly put structure around things so that we can evaluate where we've gone, what we've accomplished, and that type of thing. So I'm just echoing some of those concerns. I'll add in here that it would be nice to, since you haven't defined whether you're going to do a complete enhanced model or stay with this vendor. I think I mentioned this to Mr. Conroy during a financial institutions committee. I am of the mindset that we are looking 5-10 years in the future as a state, and we need to also look at some of the other departments out there that are making big moves, such as the labor and the unemployment modernization. They're using a different kind of architecture than the .NET format. And this, they're looking at some of the different things that are extensible in the cloud and using that as a development platform, and just understanding where those folks are going over there, and understanding how we as a state might have a look at more advanced platforms to develop in to meet the needs that you've identified. I think it's worthy of looking at that and consulting with some of the other agencies that are doing similar size projects with different vendors than the one you're using. So I'm hoping that you're looking across at some of those other possibilities too. I know you're not forced to go along with any given architecture, but my goal is to help align our state in terms of moving forward with these types of big projects to go on a more common, more modern architecture. So I'll just leave it at that.
Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have KDADS State Hospital Substance Use Disorder Employee Health Record Implementation.
Good afternoon, Chairman, committee members. Presentation, okay. Now it's back. Excellent, thank you. I don't know. I don't know if my screensaver is set for 3 seconds.
Apparently. It's just slow.
it's going to be too much of a problem. We do have the paper copy in front of us.
Well, I say we get started then. It's okay.
Thank
All right. All right, on slide 1 here.
you. Please state your name again.
My name is Ben Arabo. I'm serving as the interim CIO for DCF and KDADS right now. Good afternoon, everybody. On slide 2, this project will provide an electronic health record system for the 4 state hospitals in Kansas, including Parsons, Osawatomie, Larned, and Kansas Neurological Institute here in Topeka. Currently, 2 hospitals have older, essentially homegrown electronic health record systems, and the other 2 use a manual process. When the project is completed, all hospitals will use a single EHR system while handling each hospital's individual operational, clinical, and financial needs. In addition to electronic health records, the system provides substance use disorder capability and will deliver the required reporting to continue receipt of federal funds. As you can imagine, having a centralized system and moving away from manual processes will have time-saving and error-reducing benefits. On slide 3, the state hospitals are currently slated to start cutting over to the live system one at a time, beginning in the spring of next year. Coordinating these hospital moves to the new system will be challenging as they stop using their old EHR system or paper processes and cut over to the new system. And are there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm assuming you put this out for bid.
Yes, we did.
And who is the vendor?
Well Sky.
How many applied on the RFP? Do you know?
I know somewhere between 3 and 5 were looked at extensively. I think there were a few more that bid.
And Mr. Chairman, I have concern. KDADS wasn't in the room. We went over a security report, and you guys are not one of the better systems in the state. And I have grave concern over that. You have data that is very critical to individuals, and I just hope that you make this a priority to put security first.
Absolutely. I think we responded to an LPA audit, I believe last year, and I think we have made quite a few improvements since then.
Okay, thank you. Just Demon, I have constituents in the area in one of these hospitals and employees, constituents, and I'm always concerned about identity theft and want to protect all Kansans. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you all.
This may be more of a comment of what we maybe like to see in the future is maybe a little bit more of timeline, maybe a little bit more of the money side, just maybe a little bit more in depth of where this is, just kind of going to the anybody who's listening that might be the next person to.
Absolutely. I do have a few more details. I think it's a $2.5 million project. Then I think the rollout looks like it's going to be sometime this spring through summer for the 4 hospitals, with the substance use disorder rollout in September of 23.
All right, well, so just those listening in the future, I think that information would be very helpful when you're coming to us.
Understood.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Hoffman brings up an excellent point. In fact, I would ask that they come back and present that level of detail in this report. It is lacking, while other agencies went to a lot of work, Capers and others, to put together a presentation that was concerned about the project, I would ask that they come to our next meeting or the meeting after, if we could, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I get my microphone working. There we go. Next up, we have Kansas Assessment Data Network, Kansas Department of Revenue. You state your name, appreciate it.
Absolutely. My name is Andy Sandberg. I'm the Chief Information Officer for the Kansas Department of Revenue. Thank you for having us to discuss the Kansas Assessment Connect project. Some of the key things that I would point out before leaning on a colleague here is that this is basically a reporting and analytics bolt-on to the existing COTS FedRAMP certified cloud application. It's in use by appraisers and property valuation staff throughout the state right now. It's a primarily vendor implemented SaaS cloud product. It's evergreen by nature. It's grant funded by the Information Network of Kansas at this point for the first few years. And the whole point is to create more open and consumable public data. So I am happy today to be joined by the Department of Revenue's Director of Property Valuation, who's created some slides for you and can give you that high-level overview of the project and stand with me afterwards to answer any questions you may have, if that pleases the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. I do have some questions on this. And the reason I know that all of us are receiving questions on valuations this year, they're through the roof. And I just heard a report coming in this morning that we're overvalued on properties. I don't know if you've heard that or not, but with everything going on, and my concern with this system is it's a national system of data, and is that correct? Okay, so it's a state system only, and there's only state input on the data for the appraisers?
This is 100% state of Kansas data, but I'm gonna ask if we could let Director Harper answer that question as it's business related.
That would be great.
Step the microphone.
Thank you. David Harper, Director, Division of Property Valuation. And Andy was kind of kicking us off, and I was going to walk you through these slides and probably hopefully address some of the questions, and then we can stand jointly if you have additional questions. We'll go off the paper copy on the PowerPoint if everyone has it in front of them. If you go to page 2, very, very high level summary. What we are asking for, what we are looking into is purchasing the Assessment Connect software service, which is offered by Tyler Technologies. And as Mr. Sandberg mentioned, this will be a supplement to our current computer assisted mass appraisal system. Those of you not familiar with the computer assisted mass appraisal system, or CAMA, we've had a contract with Tyler Technologies since 2013 to provide that system. And that is basically the database management and the valuation system used by all 105 counties. So state of Kansas provides this software system. And I think one of the things Kansas was very smart in doing way back, if any of you remember back in 1989 when we went through a very elaborate reappraisal statewide, Kansas Legislature required one system for all counties. And that's what we're still with. And I think that's a very good path that we went down and wanted to continue. But our CAMA system, if you go to your county appraiser's office and ask for a property record card or a sales comp sheet on your house or anything like that, that's going to be pulled out of the CAMA system. So for each parcel in the state of Kansas, which is over 1.6 million parcels, CAMA stores all this data for individual parcels. What our Assessment Connect will do, will finally be able to let us sort of pipeline that data all to one place. So for the first time, we will have a statewide database that we can access that will let us report on and track the valuations. We envision this having benefits both internally and externally. As I mentioned, for the first time, we will have access to live data in the county appraiser's offices. So we think we can now, instead of always trying to kind of putting out fires behind the evaluation date, we can look at things ahead of time. There's some built-in analytical tools for PVD, for the county appraisers. There's a statewide search capabilities for PVD. So we get very frequent requests to run data statewide. Legislative research, taxpayers, numerous people send those requests. And right now it's a pretty extensive process to hit each site and pull that data in and get one snapshot of time. What this system will do, will bring that into us live. So that gives us access to that data. And then the other thing that this provides is the system provides public facing dashboards. So we'll be able to work with Tyler to set up dashboards that taxpayers, legislators, anyone can go to and access data from the county sites, property tax data, mill levy data, valuation data, appeals data. All that can be shared on a public facing dashboard that KDOR would host one statewide, and then each county would have the opportunity to set one up in their local jurisdiction. On page 3, we did just mention a couple challenges that we need to stay on top of. One is, for this really to be effective, we need participation from all 105 counties. We need data clear across the state. Right now, I think that challenge or risk is very minimal. The counties have been at the table since we first started looking at this product. They're excited about some of the tools it provides for them. So I think that's a low risk, but a risk or a challenge we want to stay on top of. The other thing always is funding, and as Mr. Sandberg mentioned, we did apply for a grant through the Network of Kansas, through the Inc. Board of Directors, and we received funding for the first 3 years of the project. So from the go live date, which we would anticipate still being as early as this fall, we would receive the full 3-year funding through the Inc. grant, which would put us at FY 2026 when that project would become funded by KDOR. And page 4 is just a timeline of where we're at. July 7th, we did get notice of grant approval from Inc. We have submitted in September our high-level plan documentation to CEDO, and waiting on that finalization. And our 2 big things will be project startup and detailed level project plan. Once we kick off both those within 30 days, we think we can have some data rolling out. What will take time is for us to determine what that data is going to look like. But that network, as again, Tyler Technologies is our camera provider. That network is in place. This is a off-the-shelf product that's modified for Kansas needs. So the go live time should be fairly short. And then on the, I think I had one more page. Yes, again, just on our timeline. Again, first quarter from going live, we should have live data there. Second and third quarter will be modifying that data, getting training going. And by the start of the fourth quarter, we think we'd be transitioning to where KDOR would be fully supporting this product and move forward and continue to send quarterly updates to committees such as yourself and KDOR and the Inc. board. So that's an overview, and then don't know if you want me to go into your question or if you want. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You did answer the question as it's only state data on appraisals.
And again, it's not a valuation tool. It's a tool to let us pull that data together. Yes, it is only state data.
It's not a value. I'm sorry, but my frustration is through the roof right now with PVD, and I keep getting circles. I keep getting you talking in circles. I literally was in a meeting and PVD said, we have no authority over the counties. And the county appraiser said, oh, we answer to PVD. So which is it? And do we need a system like this? And then I have another question too. The Constitution says uniform and fair assessments. So is that uniform and fair across the state, or is that by county, or is it by the divisions that you guys have created? And how will this software system impact that?
This software system should help us identify inconsistencies that are currently in the system. This Right now, we don't have a current system to pull in data from every county live. So at the end of the year, we run reports, we look at things, but we're always working in the rears. Being able to pull live data in, I think, helps us a lot. And then I think it comes on to us. Are we going to follow up on having that information available? When I say it's not a valuation tool, that's what's done inside CAMA. But there's analytical tools that come with this platform that helps us look for problems. Are properties being overvalued, or are they being valued in accordance with what properties are actually selling for, which is usually our biggest test. Are we being consistent across the state? So that's what this system provides, not setting the value. This helps us report on those values, look at these values ahead of time before valuation notices go out, look for areas that there are problems.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you answered one of the questions. So does PVD, normally I would be excited about this system, but what I have heard is that the counties decide on their own what they use for their valuations, and that PVD has no authority over them. So how would it help a county to look outside of its system?
It's a statutory duty for the county appraiser to set values every year. It's PVD's responsibility to oversee, to make sure they're following appropriate appraisal standards, Kansas law. We don't look at 1.6 million parcels and set the value. The county has to do that, and they need to do that following the guidelines that we set out. We have a very comprehensive compliance guidelines that we set out. The counties are to follow. You know, our biggest thing is we ask for documentation to support values, and we track that. Our enforcement tools, you know, back following reappraisal, we had appraisal money that PVD would hold back if a county fell out of compliance. Right now, our compliance tools, our big stick, so to speak, is basically we go, if a county falls out of compliance, we go meet with the county commissioners. If they're falling out of statistical compliance, we go out and contract and do private appraisals on commercial property to see if we can find where the error is. But absolutely, PVD has oversight over the administration of the system.
Okay, so thank you. What I want to know, though, is uniform and fair is across the state. It's not on a county by county basis, and it's not on the divisions that PVD has created within the state.
Yes, uniformity should be statewide. We want statewide uniformity. I'm not sure what the divisions that we created are that you're referring to.
You should check with one of your PVD employees. In fact, they said that they have no authority over the counties either. There were quite a few statements that was disheartening. If that is the case, that is supposed to be fair and uniform statewide, I think this system would be helpful, and I appreciate your efforts on it. But what I see going on right now and what I hear going on is not what is in the state constitution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Committee, further questions? Seeing none, thank you. And I would like to state that you appeared before my committee and we did not get snowed out.
That's the first, didn't it? Okay. That would have been something if we would have today. But yeah,
It would have. That has happened 3 times in the past.
it has. All right. Thank you.
Committee will be sending out a poll for the next meeting for the times. Also, you want to keep in mind what we've been discussed today to think of recommendations for our report at the end of the year. I believe we're looking for sometime in November for the next meeting. James will get that sorted out and send out some dates. What? We don't know. Yeah. We're in discussion.
I don't know if we've discussed this, but I have a question. So when we talk about record retention, and are there any rules for that? Back up just a little bit. So school districts, we know that we've had some concern about school districts. When you go visit some school districts, they like keep your ID forever. Like they digitize it and then they keep that forever. Are there any rules as far as record retention? I asked that because it kind of surprised me and I'm like, wait a minute, that lives with you forever. Now I'm concerned about hacks. So I didn't know if that was something our committee had ever talked about, like when a public entity digitizes your private information and then keeps it. I'm okay with them doing it and checking and whatever, making sure everybody going into that building is safe. But my concern is that that's another person then that has your private information. And if there ever is a breach, then what is their responsibility for reaching out to all those people who they now have all their information for? So anyway, just something I had thought about, and I thought perhaps it was something, I didn't know if our committee had ever talked about that or if that's even in our realm, but I just thought I would bring it up as a concern.
I believe the committee had discussed it only as related to each individual agency and project. I don't think we've ever had an overall discussion. Might be a question for research to look into. Further discussion? Seeing none. Anything else to come before the committee? We covered James, covered Alan. We are adjourned.